Black technology, the super empire that spans two worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Organized Body. Xiao Yu glanced at the price tag of this bionic humanoid robot, which was priced at 1.59 million star yuan. This price is obviously unaffordable for the lower class people on Blue Star, but the product is not targeted at this group, but at the middle and high net worth income groups on Blue Star, that is, only those who reach the threshold of the quasi-elite class can afford it. For the high net worth elite group, the price of 1.59 million star yuan is worth it compared to the high-quality services that the product can provide. It can be used as a housekeeper, a secretary, a servant, and even a bed warmer to meet physiological needs. This product accurately captures the comprehensive needs of this group and can afford the cost. The elite class in the world of Blue Star, almost every family has purchased at least one such bionic robot product, which can be said to be a symbol of status. When others see that you have such a bionic robot at home, their first impression will be that you earn 1 million star yuan a year, which is similar to the rich people and bosses on Earth who have luxury cars. For a family with an annual income of 500,000 star yuan, they can actually afford it if they grit their teeth, but they have to cut other expenses and have to rob Peter to pay Paul. The standard threshold is to earn 1 million star yuan per year. When the income reaches this figure, there will be basically no financial pressure, and there is no need to cut other expenditure items. Finally, Xiao Yu turned to look at other products. He was indeed interested in buying a robot to disassemble and study. Vita's Industrial's products are very rich, including bionic humanoid robot bodyguards that provide safe travel. These bionic humanoid robots are really the same as real humans except that they are not human. Just by wandering around this store for a few times, Xiao Yu has greatly increased his knowledge. Even the products sold here with the lowest technical content are all black technology products on Earth. Finally, Xiao Yu spent money to buy a robot butler. He did not ask for a customized image of his personal preference. He did not buy it for normal use, but for disassembly and analysis. Naturally, there is no need for any image requirements. He only has one requirement, which is to deliver it as soon as possible. After leaving the store, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. The robot products of Vita's Industrial Group are really extraordinary. He secretly made up his mind that in the future he would find a way to get some of Vita's Industrial Group's black technology to his home on Earth. Even if the company's obsolete technology was put on Earth, it would have no rivals. I heard that the organic body of the Li Group in our heavenly kingdom is unique. Yan Lingjun, who was following him, suddenly said, "It is said that through the combination of quantum entanglement technology and gene editing technology, another organic life form is cultivated through cloning. The clone itself has no independent consciousness, but can establish a quantum entanglement relationship with the original body, so that the original body can drive the clone," Yan Lingjun said as he walked. "That's why it is called an organic body. The original body and the incarnation are not interfered by electronic signals. It is rumored that many bigwigs, super powerful people, and super rich people have their own incarnations. They often attend some more dangerous public occasions with their incarnations, and the real original body is hidden behind the scenes in the safest place." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yu was shocked. There is such black technology in the Blue Star world? This immediately made him think of the famous science fiction movie Avatar in his mind. In the movie, humans cultivate the Navi body through genetic modification, and then communicate and control the organism through consciousness. Avatar means incarnation in Sanskrit. The so-called organic body described by Yan Lingjun is similar to this, and it also involves the quantum entanglement effect. Xiao Yu knows that quantum entanglement is not limited to the microscopic level. Macroscopic objects do have quantum entanglement effects. This has also been observed in his hometown on Earth, and it has been successfully realized in the laboratory. However, it requires special conditions such as ultra-low temperature and high pressure. The macroscopic system composed of a large number of particles will show macroscopic quantum effects, including quantum entanglement. However, the technology on the Blue Star world has not only been advanced to the application level, but also achieved macroscopic quantum entanglement effects under normal conditions. This so-called organic body is definitely a product that contains more than one Nobel Prize level black technology. However, Xiao Yu said nothing at this moment, because he was in a blind spot for this information. Since Yan Lingjun knew about the organic body, she must have assumed that Xiao Yu knew it too, and even thought that she knew more than her. So Xiao Yu remained silent, and his expression management was also in place. He pretended to know it, in order to maintain his personality that he knew more than Yan Lingjun, otherwise he would lose more than he said. Xiao Yu said in his heart that this was a good thing. This thing was obviously very useful to him. He didn't expect that the top technology in the Blue Star world had developed to this level. He had to find a way to make an avatar in the future. This thing would be very helpful for various future operations. I'll have a chance to make an avatar to play with in the future, Xiao Yu said to himself. It was the most appropriate thing to say. He had to keep some of the information she knew in front of Yan Lingjun. Xiao Yu himself knew it, and even knew more than her. Yan Lingjun glanced at Xiao Yu and couldn't help but smile. Mr. Xiao has great ambitions. This kind of thing can only be obtained by the rich and powerful who are truly at the top of the pyramid. Even if the net worth exceeds 100 million, it cannot reach this threshold. It may be possible to add 2 or even 3 zeros to the net worth. Xiao Yu obtained another valuable information from her words. The so-called organic body is difficult for ordinary people to obtain. They are either powerful or super rich with a net worth of more than 10 billion. Putting away his thoughts, Xiao Yu said calmly, it's only a matter of time. Half an hour later, Xiao Yu talked with Yan Lingjun and briefly learned about the recent situation of Prism Company. The two then separated. Yan Lingjun went to the company, and Xiao Yu returned to his private residence. The purchased robot has been delivered to his door, and he directly disassembled it for analysis and research. In the next few days on Blue Star, Xiao Yu was busy studying Vera's Industrial's robot products. After disassembling and studying, he was amazed at the technological level of the Blue Star world. Both the software and hardware technology made the Earth's technology sigh. But it must be said that Xiao Yu is worthy of being a technical genius. He disassembled such a sophisticated and complex mechanical component into tens of thousands of parts. If he is not the inventor of the product, it is often difficult to put it back together after disassembly. But this robot was restored and put back by Xiao Yu, and it can still start and run normally, which shows his ability to learn and his strong reverse engineering ability. However, it took a long time. It took Xiao Yu 10 Blue Star days to reassemble it. The main reason was that Xiao Yu was the only one who was struggling throughout the process. If someone else could help him, the time could be shortened by half. The robot that cost more than 1 million to buy this time was disassembled and studied by Xiao Yu, which also brought him huge benefits and learned a lot of technology. If the production equipment and industrial system on the Earth were sound, Xiao Yu could completely copy it. Because the industrial system on the Earth is backward and not sound enough, even if Xiao Yu knows how to manufacture it, it is difficult to copy it. The performance and quality are not as good as the original products on the Blue Star side, because it involves too many industries, and there are breakthroughs in materials science, etc. However, based on the existing technology tree system on the Earth, Xiao Yu can also make a lower-profile beggar version product according to local conditions. Even if it is a low-profile beggar version, it is still relative to the Blue Star. On the Earth, the technology leads the world, and in the eyes of others, it is also a technology product that is at least 10 years ahead. Chapter 52, Gene Sequencing Report of Blue Star Native Fruit and Vegetable Plants. In the following days, Xiao Yu in the Blue Star world shut himself up in a private villa and wrote a large model of an AI agent. In the future, the two worlds cannot rely on others to trade materials. Xiao Yu can only use intelligent machines to transport materials unmanned. He dare not use the AI agents developed by the technology companies in the Blue Star world, because the risk of secret exposure is too great. Although the AI agent he wrote himself is not as intelligent as the top AI agents in the Blue Star world, it is enough to meet Xiao Yu's own needs. As time goes by, Xiao Yu is constantly iterating the AI agent he wrote, running data for the AI agent model almost every day. This requires huge computing power resources support. The quantum supercomputer in the Blue Star world has greatly accelerated Xiao Yu's development speed. The computing power resources are so rich that he dare not even think about it. That's right, the technological level of the Blue Star world has already mastered quantum computers, and computing power is a dimensionality reduction attack on traditional classical computers. Relying on the massive computing power resources supported by renting quantum supercomputers, the iteration speed of the AI agent written by Xiao Yu is so fast that it is calculated by the day. It finally worked. Xiao Yu was extremely excited when he saw the robot in front of him being successfully awakened again. This robot was the one produced by Vera's Industrial. The original manufacturer's AI agent had been replaced by Xiao Yu's own AI agent, and it was able to operate normally. Although it is far inferior to the original AI agent, it can run stably and is usable, and it is completely sufficient. Xiao Yu looked at the robot and nodded to himself with great satisfaction. He went to great lengths to solve the imminent transportation problem. Finally, Xiao Yu turned on the holographic bracelet and logged into the official website of Vera's Industrial Group's online mall. He planned to buy a batch of industrial-grade intelligent robots to transport goods, so he naturally would not buy humanoid robots. The company's industrial intelligent machines come in many types, including intelligent machine products for logistics and transportation. It's so cheap. Only 31,800 star yuan for each one. Xiao Yu was also pleased to see the price of the logistics and handling intelligent machine. A bionic humanoid robot sold for 1.59 million star yuan, which could buy 50 logistics and handling intelligent machines. But this is also normal. The costs of the two intelligent products are different, and the market positioning is also different. The logistics and handling intelligent machine belongs to industrial equipment. It is positioned as an industrial equipment, and the manufacturing cost is not high. The main feature is that it is durable, and its function is also to engage in simple and repetitive labor. From this perspective, the price of 31,800 star yuan is not expensive but not cheap. The market positioning of the bionic humanoid robot is the service industry, and the target of the service is still the middle and high net worth income group. It has a greater commercial premium, and the structure is more sophisticated. The production cost is also high, and it also provides private image customization. Xiao Yu browsed the online mall Vera's Industry. Seeing such a cheap price, he did not hesitate and directly selected several models and functions of intelligent machines. He did not place an order directly by himself, but sent a list he sorted out directly to his assistant Yan Lingjun, asking her to purchase this batch of equipment in the name of the company. About 4 blue star days later, the batch of intelligent machines that Xiao Yu requested to purchase was delivered and placed in the warehouse he designated. After receiving the news, Xiao Yu came to the warehouse that afternoon and replaced all the purchased intelligent machines and equipment with AI agents that he wrote and developed himself. Although the performance would be reduced, it was completely sufficient. Finally it's done. Xiao Yu, who was alone in the warehouse, breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest for a while. He looked at the intelligent machines in front of him with satisfaction. Now all of them have been replaced with AI agents, and the data is also saved locally and will not be uploaded to the cloud. After these things were done, Xiao Yu was completely relieved. In the future, he would not need to go through the trouble of transporting various materials between the two worlds. After a while, Xiao Yu turned on the holographic bracelet and called up a display panel to contact Yan Lingjun. How is the purchase of graphene products going? Xiao Yu looked at Yan Lingjun in the video and asked directly. The latter immediately replied, Mr. Xiao, the company does not have enough funds on its books for 2,000 tons. Xiao Yu said directly, you don't have to worry about the money. It will be available soon. Finalize the matter with the seller as soon as possible. Yan Lingjun nodded and said, okay. After ending the communication with the beautiful assistant and secretary, Xiao Yu immediately rented a batch of unmanned freight trucks online and rushed over from other places. The next step is to move food from the earth. Paying money to rent a batch of unmanned freight trucks is to go through a process to avoid a large amount of food appearing out of thin air in the warehouse. It is reasonable to have freight vehicles in and out, including going through a similar process when the graphene materials are moved back to the earth. The scale of the current transaction is not large and can be handled, but as long as the scale is larger, it must be adjusted. The idea is still to go the way of overseas import and export trade. Xiao Yu thought that there were many armed rebels in the Blue Star Kingdom. When necessary, he would arrange people to operate in some war-torn and chaotic areas. Such places could better fish in troubled waters. The more chaotic it was, the more difficult it was to trace. It could cover up the products of the two worlds quietly. It was not impossible to reach a cooperation deal with some rebel forces. At this moment, Xiao Yu returned to his private villa in Fenquin City, and then opened the teleportation stargate to return to the underground warehouse laboratory of the villa residence on Earth. He had been in the Blue Star world for so long, but only a few hours had passed on Earth. After completing the routine isolation, disinfection and inactivation, Xiao Yu came out. He was also carrying a fully enclosed small box with some fruit and vegetable plant samples from the Blue Star world. These sample plants were also confirmed to be fine and did not carry any unknown dirty things. The purpose of bringing these samples here is to sequence the genes of the native fruit and vegetable plants on Blue Star. Xiao Yu went to the headquarters of Prism Technology with his sample box. When he arrived at the company, he went straight to the Food Processing and Research and Development Department. The company's cross-border food processing and grain trade were also playing technology empowerment. When recruiting employees, the business also recruits job seekers with backgrounds in biotechnology and life sciences. It also has a professional R&D department. The company has also purchased a lot of technical equipment for research, including gene sequencing analyzers. Xiao Yu came here to use the equipment. It was natural that there was no problem for the boss to use the equipment. 2 days later, the sequencing results came out and were placed in front of Xiao Yu. Sure enough, I guessed right. The native plants and fruits and vegetables in the Blue Star world cannot reproduce the next generation. The breeding ability is blocked at the genetic level. In the chairman's office, Xiao Yu sat at his desk and browsed the gene sequencing report materials. The sequencing results showed that these fruit and vegetable plants, without exception, could not reproduce offspring. Xiao Yu couldn't help but think of domestic grain seeds, such as rice crops. Farmers need to go to seed companies to buy seeds to plant, and they have to continue to buy them next year, because if they use self-retained seeds to sow in the next year, the grain yield will drop sharply or even fail, but in any case there is still yield. On the other hand, the Blue Star world has directly locked the offspring breeding ability of all fruits and vegetables from the genetic level, which completely eliminates the possibility of private cultivation and achieves absolute monopoly in the true sense. Seeing this sequencing result, Xiao Yu's previous doubts were also solved. Before, I didn't understand how the rulers of the Blue Star world could achieve a comprehensive and absolute monopoly on fruits, vegetables, meat and other foods. Generally speaking, this is almost impossible to achieve. When others buy some fruits and vegetables, there will definitely be people who dare to take the risk of planting them privately in the face of huge profits. Indoor cultivation and the like. This situation will definitely not be done by 1 or 2 people. If it is feasible, it must be a group. In other words, it is impossible to have an absolute monopoly, and fresh fruits, vegetables and meat foods cannot maintain such a high price. However, the rulers of Blue Star directly locked the breeding ability of fruits, vegetables and meat foods circulating in the market from the genetic level. The fruits and vegetables that can be released for circulation are all products that have been screened and selected by artificial intervention to kill their reproductive ability. This trick is really a bit cruel. No wonder it can achieve absolute monopoly and easily create food scarcity. Xiao Yu was secretly surprised. Looking at the results of the gene sequencing report in his hand, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. The level of scientific and technological productivity of Blue Star is far better than that of Earth. I didn't expect that the advanced scientific and technological productivity developed was not used to benefit all living beings, but became a super weapon for the ruling elites of Blue Star to exploit all living beings. Many things are beautiful when they are imagined, but the results often evolve in the opposite direction of things. Technology is a double-edged sword. There is no right or wrong in itself. Whether it can bring positive or negative effects depends on the person who masters it. It can benefit the world or become a shackle for the world. However, Xiao Yu didn't have much time to sigh about these at the moment. After confirming that there was a breeding blockage in the native plants and fruits and vegetables circulating in the market in the Blue Star world, he realized that it was an extremely risky thing to deal with fresh fruits and vegetables in the Blue Star world. Even if the amount of trading is small, there will be huge risks, because the fresh fruits and vegetables he traded from the earth have no breeding capacity blocked, and all can reproduce normally. This means that Xiao Yu's previous risk assessment judgments must be overturned and re-evaluated, and some of the original strategies must be adjusted in time. Chapter 53, New Substitution Plan. I can't deal in fresh fruits, vegetables and meat for the time being. The potential risk is too great. Unless I have a strong force in the Blue Star world that is enough to protect myself and not afraid of any local forces, Xiao Yu thought secretly at this moment, and nodded repeatedly. If the fresh fruits, vegetables and meat products that I have dealt with are found to have the ability to reproduce by the natives of the Blue Star world, it will definitely become an explosive and big news that will shock the entire Blue Star world. When the news reaches the ears of the ruling elites at the top of the pyramid of the Blue Star world, they will definitely be furious, and they will definitely mobilize resources to investigate the source at all costs. For Xiao Yu now, the risk index instantly exploded. At present, Xiao Yu basically has no foundation in the Blue Star world, and he has just started to open up the situation. If he is directly stared at by the top rulers of the Blue Star world at this juncture, he will definitely be unable to move forward. Before you have enough strength and power to protect yourself, you can't be idle, and you must keep a low profile first. Fresh fruits and vegetables are not available for the time being, so what else can be used as a substitute? Xiao Yu muttered to himself, frowning and falling into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu suddenly had an idea, and he thought of an alternative. Got it, let the finished pure starch replace fresh fruits, vegetables and meat foods. A large number of finished starch products are industrially processed products, which are shipped to the Blue Star world as artificial synthetic starch, and there is no potential risk as fresh fruits and vegetables. In the Blue Star world, although the price of artificial synthetic starch is much cheaper than fresh fruits, vegetables and meat foods, it is still seriously inverted compared to the starch price on Earth. The price of 1 kilogram of synthetic starch in the Blue Star world is 150 star yuan, and the price of 1 ton is 300,000 star yuan. On Earth, the price of 1 ton of starch is between 2,800 yuan and 3,000 yuan. As long as 630 tons of starch are purchased on Earth, if the transaction is completed at a price of 2,800 yuan per ton, it will be 1.764 million yuan. If the 630 tons of starch are sold to the Blue Star world, 188 million star yuan can be realized. The purchase cost of 2,000 tons of graphene, set by Xiao Yu in the Blue Star world, is 188 million star yuan. In other words, it only costs 1.764 million yuan to buy 630 tons of starch in exchange for 2,000 tons of graphene materials. And the 2,000 tons of graphene are expected to bring more than 60 billion yuan in revenue to the Earth. With a cost of 1.764 million yuan to create more than 60 billion yuan in revenue, the spread is plus 3,401,260.66%, a terrifying profit margin of more than 34,000 times. Although it is about 10 or 20 times lower than the cost effectiveness of fresh fruits and vegetables, it is still terrifying. It is obviously completely acceptable to Xiao Yu, and there is no need to worry about the huge potential risks of selling starch like selling fresh fruits and vegetables. It's settled. For now, we'll just deal in starch. We'll talk about fresh fruits and vegetables later. Xiao Yu immediately decided that this was the best solution for Blue Star. The next day, Prism Technology Headquarters, Chairman's office. Xiao Yu came to the company and entered his office. He called Yun Shu to come over. After waiting for a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Yu looked up and saw Yun Shu entering the office. He immediately ordered, go and arrange something. Prepare 100 million yuan of funds to purchase starch for the company's food processing department. After readjusting the strategy, the scale of starch trading will be very large, so you can't go to purchase it yourself. Hearing this, Yun Shu's eyes showed a bit of surprise. After reacting, he couldn't help but say, spend 100 million to purchase starch? Are you sure? According to the current market price, 100 million funds can buy more than 35,000 tons of starch. Does the food processing department need so much starch? And the shelf life of starch is only about 1 or 2 years. But what Yun Shu didn't know was that Xiao Yu wanted to purchase a large amount through the company, and it was precisely because the shelf life of starch was not long. If too much was bought, it would expire. Wouldn't it be necessary to deal with the problematic products? In the process of processing, some of the starch could be transferred to the Blue Star world, and then it could be treated as expired products and disposed of together. Although it was a bit wasteful, 100 million yuan could be exchanged for 60 billion yuan, which was a huge profit. Not to mention 100 million yuan, even 1 billion yuan would be a huge profit. Xiao Yu said with certainty, I'm sure, just do as I say, buy 100 million starch, and execute it as soon as possible. Hearing that he had made a decision, Yun Shu had to nod and respond, okay, I'll arrange it. Xiao Yu added, oh, yes, For safety reasons, the storage location of these starches should be established far away from the city. Yunshu nodded. Well, I know, although starch is not a dangerous explosive, when the starch dust and air reach a certain mixed concentration, it will cause an explosion when it encounters an open flame or static sparks. After arranging this matter, Xiao Yu only needs to wait for the company on Earth to purchase starch in place, which is more than 35,000 tons. He can quietly take 630 tons from it and send it to the Blue Star world without anyone noticing. At that time, most of the starch will be expired and reported as lost. At this time, Yunshu looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Is there anything else?" There really was. Xiao Yu was busy shuttling between the two worlds, but he forgot about the decision to compensate retail investors. This matter is also very important. Xiao Yu knows that his reputation is now in tatters. The name Xiao Liu is not a good word. If he goes out one day, he might be ganked by the stockholders who have lost money. Xiao Yu opened the market client on his work computer and looked at his company's stocks, then looked at the beautiful assistant. From July 27th, when the company's stock price hit the daily limit, to August 31st, when the company's stock price hit a historical low of 0.42 yuan. Count the small and medium-sized retail accounts that participated in the company's stock trading during this period, including the detailed profit and loss data of each account. Yunshu couldn't help but look at Xiao Yu curiously. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Of course, it is to compensate the losses of these retail investors. I will pay for it personally, and the company does not need to bear this expense. This must be done, otherwise my reputation will never turn around in this life, and I must be wary of shareholders who have suffered heavy losses. I don't want to be suddenly ganked and beaten by shareholders who bought my company's stocks." After these words came out, Yunshu was stunned, and her pretty face was filled with surprise. That definitely requires an astronomical figure. The company's market value at the time reached 32.5 billion. According to the circulating market value at the time, even if those large funds were removed, a rough calculation would require more than 7 billion or even 8 billion. Xiao Yu looked nonchalant. He glanced at the beautiful assistant, smiled and said calmly, "It is indeed an astronomical figure, but it is not a lot of money for me now. These tens of billions will not only instantly restore my and my company's reputation and image among the people, which has collapsed, but also directly maximize the positive word-of-mouth effect. In the long run, this deal is too cost-effective." Yunshu was speechless for a moment. Judging from the current reputation of the company in Xiao Yu, the reputation was indeed collapsed miserably. After a while, Yunshu stared at Xiao Yu and asked again, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Xiao Yu nodded with certainty. "Do it, okay, I'll take care of this matter." Yunshu thought about it, looked at Xiao Yu again and said, "It's just that the exchange may not give us the transaction details of the current period. After all, your practice has set a very bad precedent for many listed companies. There are so many stocks that have plummeted in the A-share market, and everyone is having a great time. With your ability, Xiao Yu, you pay money to compensate shareholders when the stock price plummets. Aren't you slapping us in the face?" Xiao Yu's approach is actually very offensive. Of course he knows this, but after weighing the pros and cons, he still decides to do this. In any case, owning the teleportation star ring is his greatest confidence. Xiao Yu said calmly, "Don't worry, the exchange will not give us the data. If we apply for the data and it is not given, the exchange will be asking for trouble. If the stockholders know about it, all the firepower will be focused on the exchange. I am the manager of the exchange, and I will definitely not ask for such trouble." After a moment, Xiao Yu thought for a while and added, "However, when sending people to the exchange to apply for data retrieval, don't tell me this purpose, just find another reason. In this way, the exchange will not have to make it so difficult. As long as we can achieve our own goals, try not to make it difficult for others." Yunshu nodded. "Well, I understand, the situation in the capital market is complicated and the water is super deep. If it is said that the losses of the stockholders will be compensated, the exchange will have great resistance to providing data. There must be a force to obstruct it, because the head started by Xiao Yu is a very bad behavior in the eyes of some people, and they will definitely do their best to obstruct it. But if the exchange does not provide the data, it will be criticized by angry stockholders. The stockholders' anger towards Xiao Yu will be transferred to the exchange, and the anger may be doubled, which will have an extremely negative impact on the exchange. If Xiao Yu does not reveal the real purpose of accessing the data, the exchange can pass the buck. I didn't know it in advance. Who knows that Xiao Yu applied for data access in order to compensate the stockholders who suffered losses? If I knew, I would definitely not give it, and the blame could be perfectly passed off, and the other side would not have to bear the anger of stockholders. Chapter 54, Reorganization of the Board of Directors. In the following days, Prism Technologies bidding for the purchase of more than 35,000 tons of grain, the application for the retrieval of small and medium-sized retail trading data, and other matters were carried out in an orderly manner. The merger and reorganization with Linghan New Materials and other matters were also progressing smoothly and steadily. Xiao Yu was not idle either. After arranging many matters, he decided to reorganize the company's board of directors. Several investors of Penghu Capital had been kicked out, and the directors they sent had to withdraw. At the same time, the newly entered Rulian Group also wanted a seat on the board of directors, and sent Wen Suking to serve as a director to represent the interests of Rulian Group. The reorganization of the board of directors must be voted on by the shareholders' meeting, and Xiao Yu also initiated an extraordinary shareholders' meeting. There is no doubt that the resolution to reorganize the board of directors was passed smoothly. The resolution passed by the company's shareholders' meeting this time still delegated the decision-making power of many major matters to the board of directors. As long as the board of directors voted to pass, there was no need to hold the shareholders' meeting every time. This is to improve the efficiency of the company's decision-making mechanism, because shareholders' meetings are only held once or twice a year, and it is troublesome to hold shareholders' meetings. It takes 10 days from the announcement to the meeting. The board of directors can hold resolutions at any time, and there is no limit on the number of times. In order to avoid a tie when the board of directors votes on resolutions, the number of seats on the board of directors is usually an odd number, such as 5 seats, 7 seats, 9 seats, etc. After the reorganization of the board of directors of Prism Technology, the number of seats remains unchanged at 7, and Xiao Yu has the right to nominate more than half of the directors, so he can nominate 3 people to the board of directors, plus his own vote, which is 4 votes to 3 votes, firmly controlling the company's board of directors. For the nomination rights of these 3 seats, Xiao Yu nominated Yun Shu, Fu Kang, and Su Chengming to the board of directors. Song Yuan is the company's independent director. The remaining 2 seats were given to the shareholders of the investment institution, among which Wen Suking entered the board of directors and represented the interests of Rulian Group, and another seat also belonged to the investment institution, and the person sent to serve as a director was called Jin Wenhu. After the reorganization of the board of directors, the latest 7 directors of Prism Technology are Xiao Yu, Chairman, Yun Shu, Fu Kang, Song Yuan, Independent Director, Wen Suking, Su Chengming and Jin Wenhu. Xiao Yu also made personnel changes to the company's core management team. This does not require a shareholders' meeting to make a resolution. The new board of directors has completed the reorganization, and the decision can be implemented after the board of directors completes the decision. The biggest change is that Xiao Yu will no longer serve as the company's CEO. In the future, he will have to devote a lot of energy to the affairs of Blue Star. He will definitely not have so much energy to continue to serve as the CEO of Prism Technology. No matter how young and energetic Xiao Yu is, and how strong his execution ability is, he is still a person after all. After careful consideration, he decided to step down as CEO. He will no longer do the work at the executive level himself. As the chairman and helmsman of the company, he only needs to grasp the strategic decisions of the company's general direction. The new CEO is Su Chengming to take over this position, and he is also nominated by Xiao Yu to the board of directors. Another important personnel arrangement is to let Wen Suking serve as the chief legal officer of Prism Technology, responsible for establishing an exclusive legal team for the company. This team is supported by the company with high salaries and is only responsible for legal issues related to Prism Technology, and will not take on other cases. In addition, Xiao Yu also made many key arrangements for Yun Shu, and was deliberately allocating resources to focus on her training. Come in. In the chairman's office, Xiao Yu responded to the knock on the door, looked up and saw Yun Shu entering the room. I'm afraid that the work arrangements you gave me are beyond my ability. Can you adjust my work arrangements? Yun Shu came to him, hesitated for a while, and finally expressed her thoughts. Xiao Yu leaned back in his boss chair, looked at Yun Shu and smiled. This is weird. Others are celebrating with champagne for a promotion and a raise, and they are so happy, but you are still not happy, Yun Shu said worriedly. No, I'm worried that I lack the ability and will mess up my job, bringing negative effects to the company, or even causing major losses, Xiao Yu said calmly, "For major decisions, just follow my vote." "It's no big deal," Yunshu immediately explained, "I will definitely vote with you. I mean the financial auditing work. You let me manage such a large and important department, but I have almost no financial experience." Hearing this, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, as if talking to himself and also to her. "From the perspective of ability and experience, you are indeed not the most suitable candidate, but from the perspective of trust and reliability, you are the best choice." Xiao Yu considered Yunshu's work arrangement for this personnel change for a long time. In addition to nominating her to the board of directors, he also asked her to serve as the financial director and be responsible for the company's financial auditing. These arrangements were made by Xiao Yu after weighing the pros and cons and thinking carefully. Because he was not only considering the unilateral affairs of the Earth, but also considering the overall situation of Blue Star. In the future, whether it is tossing things from the Earth to Blue Star or from Blue Star to the Earth, Prism Technology Company is an extremely critical hub on the Earth. For corporate statements, finance, auditing and other links, absolutely trustworthy people are needed to be responsible. Trust has become the most important factor for Xiao Yu. Although ability is important, it must be ranked behind trust. Trust is the first priority. Obviously, Xiao Yu trusts Yunshu very much, and he also realizes that Yunshu may have feelings for him. Xiao Yu himself is also considering this issue, and he feels more and more that it is worth considering. If Yunshu becomes his woman, then it will be highly consistent in terms of interests, so the trust issue will naturally be no problem. In the future, it will definitely be necessary to transfer large amounts of food from the Earth to Blue Star. Prism Technology Company on the Earth will obviously need an extremely trustworthy and reliable person to share Xiao Yu's worries. Yunshu was obviously the person he valued, and was also the most suitable candidate he could think of at the moment. At the end, Xiao Yu looked at Yunshu and said slowly, "A group of veteran members in the early days of the company have left intermittently over the years. Only you, Fu Kang, Su Chengming and other veterans have worked with me until now. They are all people I trust, and they are all capable people at the level of my right-hand man." Xiao Yu looked at Yunshu, he paused for a moment and then emphasized, "But if I say who I trust the most in the whole company, it is neither Fu Kang nor Su Changming, nor anyone else, but you." When Yunshu heard this, his eyes were full of surprise and unexpectedness, and there was also a hint of joy after the surprise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, High Probability of Winning. Xiao Yu stood up and walked out of his desk and came to Yunshu. He slowly raised his hand and placed his palm on the back of the beautiful assistant, motioning her to go to the sofa in the lounge area. "Sit down," Xiao Yu said with a smile. After Yunshu sat down, he sat down next to her, instead of sitting opposite her and keeping a distance as before. Yunshu was a little confused at this moment. The moment Xiao Yu put his hand on her back, this action caused waves in her heart, because he had never done this before, and it was the first time they sat so close together. Yunshu felt a little more pleasantly surprised, but more confused and puzzled. Xiao Yu did this, obviously realizing that Yunshu was very important to his career layout. It would be great to make her his woman. Putting aside the pros and cons of career, he also felt that Yunshu was quite suitable on a personal level. However, with a profound lesson of Chu Jintang before, Xiao Yu has no plan to remarry. His own interests will only become bigger and more complicated in the future. In this case, it is better not to get married. Yunshu will focus all her attention on Xiao Yu personally, which is her best solution even from the perspective of interests. The possibility of betrayal is minimized, at least she will not betray Xiao Yu for the sake of interests, because betrayal will not only fail to gain benefits from him, but will also lose both people and money. Xiao Yu is not completely sure whether Yunshu also has that intention towards him. Before, he learned that she privately inquired about Chu Jintang's divorce. Maybe she was just curious and gossiped about her boss's private affairs, and this possibility cannot be ruled out. Obviously, Xiao Yu's actions at this moment are trying to actively get closer to Yunshu. If Yunshu doesn't have that intention, Xiao Yu won't force it. It is true that making her his woman can greatly help his career. This is just the best solution, not the only solution. If it doesn't work, think of other ways. Xiao Yu smiled and looked at Yunshu and said, "Let me guess, there is another factor you didn't tell me. You are worried that people in the company will gossip about you and your boss having an affair, so your promotion is soaring like a rocket, straight to the bottom." Hearing this, Yunshu tilted her head slightly and glanced at Xiao Yu, who was sitting on her left, but she was hesitant to speak. Xiao Yu smiled and continued to himself, "It doesn't matter about those gossips. If anyone who gossips gets to my ears, I will let him pack up and leave. Anyway, I am single again. If you really make me angry, I will marry you and then make a grand announcement." Let's see who is talking nonsense. Yunshu, who had originally retracted her gaze, suddenly opened her eyes wide when she heard his words. She immediately turned her head and looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief, and was a little dazed for a while. "Look how scared you are. I was just joking." "Haha," Xiao Yu said with a smile. In fact, he was trying to test her reaction under the guise of joking. After that, he looked at Yunshu, observing and paying attention to the changes in her expression at the moment, trying to interpret some useful information. Yunshu also quickly reacted from her astonishment. Seeing Xiao Yu looking at her with a smile at a close distance, she couldn't help but take the initiative to avoid his sight, tilted her head to one side, her eyes flowing, and her cheeks gradually flushed. It was rare to reveal a bit of charming and moving color. In fact, Yunshu herself is a beautiful woman with a good figure and good looks. Did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Why is he so abnormal all of a sudden? Is he teasing me? How could it be possible? Yunshu muttered in her heart. As soon as this thought came into her mind, Yunshu herself felt a little incredible. Yunshu recalled that Xiao Yu had always kept a distance from her in all the years they had worked together. This was the first time this happened today. Xiao Yu suddenly did this, which made her brain confused. Seeing that she looked absent-minded at the moment, Xiao Yu stopped talking and changed the subject directly to the business. "The company's arrangement of your position has been approved by the board of directors. We can't change it overnight, right? We are a listed company. This will make investors in the market think that our company's management is chaotic, which has a bad influence." Xiao Yu went on, "Lack of ability and experience is not a problem. You will have it through learning and accumulation. In short, I believe you can do it. I don't believe anyone else but you. Help me, okay?" After that, he looked at her motionlessly. Yunshu turned her head slightly and looked into Xiao Yu's eyes. Yunshu was already a little confused. Facing Xiao Yu's eyes full of encouragement, trust, expectation and sincerity, Yunshu couldn't hold it anymore. As if she had deleted the option of rejection from her dictionary, she subconsciously nodded and murmured, "Well, I'll listen to you. I'll give it a try." Xiao Yu immediately snapped his fingers and smiled with satisfaction. "That's right." The two talked for a while. Yunshu looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. "Then I'll go and get busy first. There are a lot of work waiting for me to hand over." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. "Go." Yunshu stood up leisurely and walked towards the office door. Xiao Yu looked at her soft and graceful figure, and thought of some of her reactions during the communication just now. He felt that the possibility of winning was very high. Time came to the end of the month, Thursday, September 30th. Since the first trading day of September 1st, the share price of Prism Technology has been rising by the daily limit every trading day this month. Today is the last trading day of September. There are a total of 20 trading days this month, and Prism Technology has also achieved 20 consecutive daily limits, constantly breaking the record of consecutive daily limits of individual stocks in the Chi Next Index. From the historical lowest price of 0.42 yuan to the 20th daily limit today, the latest price is now 15.97 yuan per share. In just 1 month, the cumulative surge since the first rise at the beginning of the month has increased by plus 3,702.38%, which is a terrifying 37 times in 1 month. The company's total market value has also rebounded from 365 million to 13.862 billion. For some stockholders who bought a bottom at the bottom price of 0.42 yuan, this wave is truly epic wealth. Every day, the daily limit is 20 centimeters, and 1 trip is a month. You will be laughed at in your dreams. Just buy 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, and it has become more than 1 million this month. There was a courageous stockholder who bought the bottom at 0.42 yuan and directly bet 100,000 yuan. Now it has become 3.8 million yuan. Every time he looks at the account assets, he feels like a dream, afraid that this is a dream. In the following October, the share price of Prism Technology continued to go north without looking back, and recorded 4 more daily limits, accumulating 24 consecutive daily limits, and the share price also rebounded to 33.11 yuan, and the company's total market value also rose to 28.739 billion. From the first part of 0.42 yuan to the current 33.11 yuan, the cumulative increase in the range has expanded to a terrifying plus 7,783.33%. In just 24 trading days, it has increased by more than 77.8 times, constantly refreshing the unilateral increase record in the history of A shares. Master Xiao, no, God Xiao, no Dad Xiao, you are my dad, my wild dad, my ancestor, the retail investor who bet 100,000 yuan to buy at the bottom price of 0.42 yuan, was extremely excited at the moment. He saw that his account had grown from 100,000 yuan to an incredible 7.88 million in less than a month and a half. For him, this was complete financial freedom. At this time, someone called his mobile phone. It was his boss at the company. What are you doing? What time is it? Why don't you come to work? The retail investor who stayed at home glanced at the amount of assets displayed in the stock account on the computer, and immediately responded without hesitation, go to work. Come on, I will never be a beast of burden again. I am already in Rome. Bye. Before the confused boss could react, he decisively hung up the phone. It is 14:46 in the afternoon, and there are still more than 10 minutes before the market closes. The previous 23 daily limit boards of Prism Technology were all in a shrinking volume, but today's trading volume increased for the first time, and the transaction volume has exceeded 1 billion. However, there was no explosion all day, and it was locked tightly. Sell 5 million to cash out and put the money in your pocket, don't let it be a pipe dream. What's wrong with holding the remaining 2.88 million to accompany you forever? Even if you delist, I won't sell a single share. After making a decision, this retail stockholder sold 5 million at the daily limit board before the market closed. The remaining 2.88 million positions total 87,000 shares. He plans to lock in the position and hold it for a long time. He has already cashed out 5 million. This stock has completely changed his fate. Even if he accompanies you until the end of time and loses money in the end, he can accept it. Chapter 56, Incredible Fortune Myth. At about 1600 hours in the afternoon, Yun Shu came to the chairman's office. The company's third quarter financial report has been audited. The third quarter revenue was 472 million yuan, a year-on-year decrease of minus 22.18%, and the net profit loss was minus 365 million yuan, a year-on-year decrease of minus 510.12%. Yun Shu looked at Xiao Yu, who was sitting inside, and put the financial report on the desk. The main reason for the terrible loss in the third quarter was that Xiao Yu asked the company to cross-border into food processing and grain trade, which greatly increased operating expenses. In addition, the company is recruiting on a large scale. The previous employees were about 1,500 people. Now the company has expanded to more than 2,000 people, and it is still expanding on a large scale. At the same time, Xiao Yu also gave all employees of the company a substantial salary increase. These things are all intentional to raise the company's operating costs, which is reflected in the financial report as a loss of 365 million yuan in the third quarter. However, with the merger and reorganization of Linghan New Materials, it will be another matter after the performance is consolidated. The profit margin will soar in the future, and Xiao Yu also planned in advance to find ways to raise the overall operating costs of the company. Yun Shu said, if Linghan New Materials' performance is consolidated into the parent company's financial statements, the third quarter financial statements will be able to turn losses into profits, and the net profit for the third quarter can reach 227 million yuan, a year-on-year increase of plus 155.05%. The two companies are currently still in the restructuring stage, and their financial statements have not yet been merged, and each is calculated separately. Xiao Yu picked up the financial report document on the table and opened it to have a look. After roughly browsing it, he put it aside and looked up at Yun Shu, smiling, and said, "Not bad, I said it, there is no problem with letting you be the financial director. Look, you're doing a good job." Hearing this, Yun Shu couldn't help but complain, "I've been so tired recently. Not only am I tired, but I'm also worried about making mistakes all day long. It's really giving me a headache." Having said that, she stared at Xiao Yu with a faint smile in her beautiful eyes. "I thought the salary you gave me before was too much, but now I feel that it's not much, but too little. I'm getting an assistant's salary but have to do the work of finance and director. I feel like I've fallen into a trap. You have to give me a bigger salary in the second round." Yunshu has obviously changed as well. In the past, when she reported to Xiao Yu, she just reported on her work, but now she has more tendency to interact outside of work, and she is also trying to get closer to him. Xiao Yu leaned back against a boss chair and said slowly, "Don't be so ungrateful. I've given you a special treatment in the whole company. You can buy the company's stock while it's at a bargain price. It's increased by more than 77 times. You're a billionaire now, and you're still not satisfied." When he talked about this, Yunshu's face blossomed and she smiled happily. Of course she knew that the company's stock had risen sharply. She listened to Xiao Yu and bought 5.5 million cheap shares. In just 1.5 months, she made a profit of more than 65 times the amazing return. It would be strange if she was not happy. No one would dislike having too much money. Yunshu now has a total of 8.5 million shares. According to the current stock price, the market value has soared to 281.435 million. After the episode, Xiao Yu glanced at the financial report on the table. "The third quarter financial report will be disclosed today." "Okay, I see," Yunshu nodded. After a moment, she looked at Xiao Yu and said, "I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Oh? Tell me about it." Yunshu thought for a moment and said, "I think it might be better to change the name of our company. Although the word prism fits the field of optics and optoelectronics, after all, there was the Prism Gate incident. Didn't you say that our goal is to make the company a world-class giant? In the future, our company will go global, so this name will inevitably remind people of the Prism Gate incident. It is likely to affect the company's brand value in the future, and it will cost more to maintain the corporate image." After Yunshu finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Yu, who hesitated for a moment and nodded. "What you said makes sense." After a moment, Xiao Yu looked up at the beautiful assistant and smiled. "It's a very good suggestion. I'll adopt it. For the new company name, just change one word." Yunshu couldn't help but look at him curiously. "What word?" Xiao Yu said slowly. In the 1990s, Mr. Jin had already paid attention to virtual reality technology and gave it a very local name, namely Lingjing. The company's name was changed to Lingjing Technology, and that's it. Half an hour later, at about 1700 hours in the afternoon, Prism Technology released its third quarter financial report. The company's third quarter revenue was 4.72 yuan, a year-on-year decrease of -22.18%, and its net profit loss was -365 million yuan, a year-on-year decrease of -510.12%. If such a financial report was placed in other companies, the stock price would have to fall to the limit the next day, which was definitely a major negative. The next day, Prism Technology stock price continued to rise, and it went out of 25 consecutive daily limits. However, the continuous daily limit stopped at 24 boards. Today, it opened sharply higher but did not open a daily limit. Moreover, after the opening, the stock price quickly dived, once turning green and falling -1.26%. This stock has accumulated extremely terrifying profit-taking funds. From the bottom of 0.42 yuan, it has been 24 consecutive daily limits, and after today's high opening, the cumulative increase has exceeded an unprecedented 90 times. Holders saw that there was no one-line limit today, and many of them began to sell to take profits and put their money in the bag. But the follow-up was also very good. In the afternoon, the weak-to-strong turnover relay was put on the board, continuing to refresh the record of consecutive boards. The losses in the third quarter financial report were not affected at all. The current stock price trend is based on the logic of restructuring, and it is meaningless to look at the performance. Today, this turnover board came out, and the trading volume also increased significantly, with the total trading volume reaching 6.778 billion throughout the day. Those who miss the opportunity have the opportunity to get on the bus today, but not many people dare to chase high. It has risen more than 90 times from the bottom. This is the first time in the past 2 or 3 decades for the A-share market. The next day, Friday, Prism Technology opened more than 7 points higher, and after opening, it was held high and hit high. Half an hour later, it successfully closed the board and reached the daily limit, and went out of the 26th consecutive board. After the weekend, on Monday, October 18th, Prism Technology went on the board again, and went out of the epic 27th consecutive board. On the following Tuesday and Wednesday, Prism Technology stock price continued to open high and change hands to go on the board. On Wednesday, October 20th, the stock price hit a record high of 82.39 yuan, and the market value soared to 71.515 billion yuan. Xiao Yu's nominal net worth also rose to a new personal record of 24.7 billion yuan. In less than 2 months, the company's stock price rose from 0.42 yuan to the current 82.39 yuan, with a cumulative increase of plus 19,516.66%, a full 195 times, becoming the only one in the history of the A-share market. Even if someone who was previously stuck at 50.50 yuan had resisted the previous explosion and held on to it until now, not only would all the floating losses have been recovered, but a profit of 63 points would have been achieved. This wave of gains has created an incredible wealth myth. Many retail investors with incredible luck bought at the bottom, and they could easily make tens of thousands of yuan. Now they start with 1 million yuan, and millions are easy. There are even some small retail investors who have made tens of millions and achieved wealth freedom. Chapter 57, Reluctant to sign the supplementary agreement? What qualifications do they have to negotiate terms in front of me? At that time, Prism Technology became the absolute leader in the two markets, and the popularity exploded. Investors worshipped it with all their might, and the popularity of the stock bar comment area was unprecedentedly hot. Who could have imagined it? I thought 50.50 was the top of the universe, and it fell to 0.42 yuan. It seemed that I could not get back the money in 8 lifetimes. As a result, it hit a new high in less than 2 months. It was really amazing. From 0.42 to the current 82.39, the cumulative increase in the interval has reached 195 times. Ward's mother, Lily Yuan Shangxiao, it has been a continuous board all the way, and the sky is the end. Those who bought a bottom at 0.42, are there any who still hold it? I am still thinking about it. I bought a bottom at 0.42 for 30,000 yuan. Now it is 5.88 million. I will not sell it until the first negative. Fuck, I am so jealous. It is the rhythm of a wave of wealth freedom. Profits and losses come from the same source. I hope those who sold at 0.42 don't see the current trend of this stock, otherwise they will probably faint from anger. I was sold at 1.1, and lost more than 300,000 yuan. I was furious, I was dumbfounded. I was stuck at 50.50. I never dreamed that there would be a day to get out of the trap, and I never thought it would be so soon. Doesn't the village care about it? Other tickets are monitored and put in the black room after 2 or 3 boards, but this ticket has soared 27 consecutive boards and triggered all kinds of abnormal movements. It's not put in the black room. A wave of wealth has made my family free. I went all in at 0.42 for 100,000 yuan. I'm still holding it now. My account has 19.6 million yuan. Ha ha ha, thank you Mr. Xiao for giving me this heaven-sent wealth. Since you call me family, I don't mind you making money, and I'm even happy for you from the bottom of my heart, but the problem now is that you're making too much money. I can't accept it. I'm so jealous that my skin is splitting. I can't stand it anymore. Go, go, I'm going to lose all my money. I thought the previous explosion and continuous limit down were cruel enough, but I didn't expect that this wave of continuous surge in the main rising wave was even worse. Prism Technology Company headquarters. At this moment, Yun Shu was in Xiao Yu's office, and the two were sitting on the sofa in the lounge area. Yun Shu reported to Xiao Yu in an orderly manner. The data from the exchange has been applied for, and the statistical results have been sorted out. From July 27 to August 31, there were a total of 180,000 small and medium-sized investors in the window period, and all accounts suffered losses, with a total loss of 8.334 billion. After speaking, she raised her eyes and stared at Xiao Yu and said seriously, "Are you really going to pay this money to make up for the losses of these retail investors? It's not too late to regret now. This is not 830,000, but more than 8.3 billion. It won't take long for Xiao Yu to have so much money that it will become a string of numbers. What he cares more about now is his reputation and reputation, as well as personal safety. These problems can be easily solved with money, so the money is worth spending." Xiao Yu looked at the materials and said calmly, "Of course, Not only will we make up for the losses, but I will also give them a 20-centimeter daily limit as spiritual compensation. The beautiful assistant sitting next to him was also stunned for a moment. Multiply it by plus 20%, that is exactly 10 billion. Yunshu glanced at Xiao Yu and said, a full 10 billion, and what is needed is cash flow. Where can you get so much money? Hearing this, Xiao Yu said with a relaxed and comfortable face, it's not that I will pay the money right away, no hurry, when to pay the compensation is up to me. When the company makes money, I will approve a large dividend, and the money will be there, with a guard-level plug-in like the teleportation star ring, and a blue star world behind him that is far beyond the level of Earth technology. It is equivalent to being monopolized by Xiao Yu alone. Making money is not a problem for him at all. Just as Xiao Yu was talking to the beautiful assistant, they both heard a knock on the door. Come in, Xiao Yu responded, and the two looked in the direction of the sound and saw Su Changming open the door and enter the office. When he saw Xiao Yu and Yunshu, he was secretly surprised. Because he noticed a detail, Yunshu was sitting next to Xiao Yu at the moment and the distance between them was very close. It had never been like this before. Xiao Yu sat face to face with all his subordinates, especially with women. He had never sat side by side and so close. Su Changming secretly guessed that the relationship between the two seemed to be different from before, but he would not gossip about anything and just pretend that nothing happened. Boss Xiao, I have talked to those manufacturers. At present, more than 80% of them are unwilling to sign the supplementary agreement. The reason is that they paid for the things, how to deal with them is their business, and our company has no right to interfere. Su Changming came to the sofa in the lounge and sat down and said, are all unwilling to sign? Including Xiaomi, Honor, and Blue and Green Factory? Xiao Yu asked immediately. Su Changming replied in a deep voice, these manufacturers have not yet given a clear reply. They all said that they are studying and discussing this matter internally, and will reply to our company when there is a result. Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and said, that means they haven't expressed their position yet. It seems that they have some concerns. Since they haven't expressed their position, let's give them some time. At this point, Xiao Yu turned and said calmly, as for those who are unwilling to sign the supplementary agreement, write them all down in my little black notebook and block them all. Su Changming was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help saying, isn't it too radical? Xiao Yu said lightly, what I want is radicalism. My company's technology is the best in the world and has an exclusive monopoly. Why can't I be tough? Even if I don't do the entire civilian market, I still have the military's orders to back me up. What qualifications do they have to negotiate conditions in front of me? It seems that I can't live without making those few coins from them. I am willing to sell goods to them to give them face. Since they don't want to be shameless, just forget it. If they don't want to sign the supplementary agreement, then they want to be middlemen. Xiao Yu won't tolerate them. Even if they regret it now, Xiao Yu won't do business with them. The price of graphene materials is lower to accelerate the development of the Earth's science and technology industry, so as to bring more black technologies from Blue Star to Earth. They want to be middlemen, and they push up the price, hindering the development of the Earth's science and technology industry. In this case, why should they make huge profits without doing anything? Isn't it better for Xiao Yu to set the price high himself? Su Changming was also surprised to hear Xiao Yu's attitude, but seeing that his attitude was extremely firm, he didn't say anything, and wrote down all the manufacturers who were unwilling to sign in the little black book and blocked them directly. If they are willing to sign the supplementary agreement later, do you want to continue the cooperation? Su Changming asked. No need, Xiao Yu said concisely. Su Changming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I understand. Why are you so hard on money? Yunshu on the side couldn't help but say. Xiao Yu tilted his head to glance at the beautiful assistant and said with a smile, killing a chicken to scare the monkey to set an example. It is necessary to show off our power. We don't worry about not making money or not having buyers. The quality and technical content of our products are far better than all our competitors, and the price is even better than theirs. The scope of application is also extremely wide. In a word, there are too many buyers. If they don't buy, there are many who want to buy. Mr. Xiao is right. Our advantage is really amazing, Su Changming also said with a smile. It is others who have to look at our face, not us looking at others' face. Obviously, this is the confidence of black technology, global monopoly, exclusive supply. Except for Xiao Yu, There is no other company on the earth that can provide products with such high quality and such low prices. Chapter 58, he did something unprecedented in the industry. Around 1700 hours in the afternoon, Prism Technology issued an announcement that the company was renamed Linsao Lingjing Technology Company, Limited, abbreviated as Lingjing Technology. From now on, the company's name will be officially changed to Lingjing Technology, and the company's stock name will also be changed accordingly. However, it is currently in street status and will become ST Lingjing after the name change. The next day, Lingjing Technology stock price opened 4 points higher, and the opening price was the highest price of the day. On the same day, it plunged -20.00% to the limit, and failed to hit the 30-day limit. The stock price fell back to 65.91 yuan, and the market value shrank to 57.209 billion. Today's limit was not due to any major negative news. The market interpreted it as normal profit-taking of funds. In fact, this is the main capital, that is, Rulian Group, reversing to pick up people, allowing several other institutions to enter the market, and then lifting each other's sedan chair to pull up the company's market value. Friday, October 29th. Around 10:30 in the morning, Xiao Yu, who is in the company, decided to announce the compensation of shareholders today. He sat in front of the computer without saying a word, and his hands quickly tapped the keyboard. An open letter to the majority of small and medium investors was quickly completed. The content of the letter mainly stated that from July 27 to August 31, the company's stock price plummeted, and during this period, there were a total of 180,000 small and medium-sized retail investors who suffered heavy losses, totaling 8.334 billion yuan. In the open letter, Xiao Yu clearly stated that when he makes money in the future, he will personally help everyone compensate for all the losses of the shareholders, and on this basis, he will offer a 20% daily limit, that is, he will pay out 10 billion to compensate these 180,000 shareholders. In addition, Xiao Yu also imagined the future of the company in the open letter, and vowed that in the field of artificial intelligence, Lingjing Technology has secretly made a major breakthrough, and it will not be long before the results are announced. After Xiao Yu finished writing, he read it again to confirm that there were no problems, and then called Yun Shu over. After waiting for a while, Yun Shu came to the chairman's office. Xiao Yu glanced at her, handed her a printed paper attachment and instructed, "This open letter will be released as a company announcement." Yun Shu took it over and looked at it and nodded, "Okay." Half an hour later, around 11 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yu's open letter was released to the public. His open letter immediately caused a huge sensation as soon as it was released. Both the industry and the capital market were shocked. People from all walks of life saw the news for the first time and subconsciously believed that it was fake news. How could the boss of a listed company lose money when stockholders lose money in stock trading? Investment is risky and profits and losses are at your own risk. Every investor who enters the market understands this truth. But then it was confirmed that this was not fake news, but true. The information officially released by Lingjing Technology Company could not be truer. Wow! This directly exploded, and everyone felt incredible and was dumbfounded. Those shareholders who had suffered heavy losses from Lingjing Technology were completely furious. They looked at the contents of the open letter, rubbed their eyes vigorously, confirmed that it was true, and then were dumbfounded. Some shareholders who had suffered heavy losses were stunned. Not only could they get their money back, but they also got a 20-centimeter daily limit premium. By noon, this news was directly searched. The stock price of a certain listed company plummeted some time ago, and 180,000 retail investors suffered heavy losses. The boss of the listed company personally paid 10 billion yuan to compensate the shareholders for their losses. Xiao Yu, this young man, has such courage and vision. I can't help but look at him with new eyes. Xiang Chongguang was reading the news reprinting Xiao Yu's open letter, and he commented directly after reading it. Xiang Chongguang is now the head of Rulian Group. His old boss retired 2 weeks ago, and he successfully took over Rulian. At this time, his assistant said, "This Xiao Yu has done something unprecedented. For the first time, when stockholders lose money in stock trading, the boss of a listed company pays out of his own pocket to compensate for the loss. If he can really take out 10 billion, his reputation will definitely turn around and straighten up." Then, Xiang Chongguang's assistant added, "But can he take out so much money?" In the open letter, Xiao Yu also clearly stated that there is a prerequisite for taking out the 10 billion, That is, he must wait until he makes money first. And he did not give a specific time. He did this to leave himself enough room for maneuver, so as not to prevent accidents and then be unable to get off the tiger. After all, he suffered losses from the deadline of the gambling agreement before. At this moment, Xiao Chongguang thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Since the young man has such great ambitions, I will help him again." Xiao Chongguang immediately looked at his assistant and said, "He certainly can't come up with 10 billion in a short period of time. Rulian, will lend him 10 billion in cash interest-free, without any additional conditions. Let him get the money and quickly deal with this matter, and help him completely reverse his reputation." The assistant was shocked to hear his decision and couldn't help but said quickly, "Mr. Xiang, isn't this too?" However, he stopped talking halfway. Even for Rulian Group, 10 billion is an astronomical figure. The most important thing is that this 10 billion is cash flow, and Rulian has less than 50 billion in cash. I've made up my mind. That's it. I'll take responsibility for any problems. Xiao Chongguang was very decisive and did not allow for doubt. He then added, "At the same time, contact several institutions to work together to increase the market value of his company. Remember to give all players in the market a chance to get on board and help Xiao Yu thoroughly build up his reputation." Understood, the assistant nodded. Since the boss said so, he had nothing to say. He just had to execute the boss's decision. Around 2 p.m., Lingjing Technology Headquarters. When Suking entered Xiao Yu's office, came to him and said with a smile, "You made big news today. People inside and outside the circle were shocked by your move." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "You didn't come here just to talk about this, did you?" Hearing this, Wen Suking smiled and said, "Uncle Xiang has heard about your matter. He just called me personally and decided to help you." Xiao Yu was curious when he heard it. "Help me?" Wen Suking immediately relayed it to him. Xiao Yu was also very surprised after listening, and immediately said, "Rulian really plans to lend me 10 billion? Not only is it interest-free, but there are no additional conditions." "Yes, you heard it right." When Suking looked at her and said with a smile, "It seems that Uncle Xiang really admires you and is very optimistic about you. Not only does he want to lend you 10 billion, but he also plans to help you build a good reputation among the people, and cooperate with multiple institutions to carry out capital operations, and take this opportunity to increase the market value of Lingjing Technology." It must be said that Xiao Yu had never expected that Rulian Group would support him so much. Although he could easily solve the problem without Rulian's 10 billion, the key point was the sincerity and attitude of Rulian's move. Since Xiao Chongguang had done this, Xiao Yu knew that he could not refuse politely. He had to accept the 10 billion. He said that he was not particular about not paying interest, but Xiao Yu thought about it and decided to pay interest. He had to return the favor, otherwise he would appear to have no emotional intelligence and a poor character. "Rulian is helping me so much, I would be disrespectful to refuse it." Xiao Yu put away his thoughts and smiled. After a little hesitation, he looked at Wen Suking, "But the interest still has to be paid, and it will be calculated according to the market lending rate." Wen Suking nodded and smiled. "Okay, I'll call Uncle Xiang and convey your words to him." Chapter 59, Word of Mouth Counterattacks. Popularity is strong, and deeply loved by people. After Wen Suking left, Xiao Yu was left alone in the office. He thought for a while and then logged into his Weibo account on his computer and posted a Weibo, "I want to share a good news with all small and medium investors. You don't have to wait for me to make 10 billion first. I just received news that Rulian Group decided to lend me 10 billion. I would like to thank Rulian Group for its great help. Since the scale of retail investors involved is huge and the workload is not small, we will try to complete it within 2 natural months. The 180,000 shareholders who will be compensated should pay attention to their account deposit bank information in the next 2 months." As soon as this news came out, it caused a huge sensation again, and the shareholders were all furious. The number of fans following Xiao Yu's personal Weibo account was skyrocketing, and his reputation instantly ushered in an epic reversal. His Weibo comment area was also particularly popular at this moment, and all the comments were all positive. 6,666,666, Mr. Xiao, you are not kidding, you are really doing this? Damn it, bold. Bold. You have no sense, call me Master Xiao. No, I think he should be called Xiao Zhu, the reality of the world, evolving from Xiao Laoli to Xiao Zhu in seconds. Tears of laughter JPG. I've never seen this before. It's incredible, good fellow. This is a series that even fake news dare not write like this. Those who have scolded Brother Xiao during this period, all stand up and apologize to Brother Xiao. Doghead JPG, Brother Xiao YYDS, I've become a fan. I really can't criticize this. To be honest, such courage is really not something that ordinary people can do. I really admire this time. Now no one should say that Brother Xiao is a leaks, right? Indeed, I can't help but admit it. He paid 10 billion yuan in real money to compensate all shareholders for the huge losses during that period. No matter how much the loss was, you will be fully revived, and you will be given an additional daily limit premium. He also lent money to shareholders to compensate for the losses. He could have completely chosen not to do this. This wave really attracted fans, and his good impression was so strong. Let's put it this way, it's like Mr. Xiao alone has to withstand 21 limit downs for 180,000 stockholders, and it's a 20-centimeter limit down on the growth enterprise market. It's a pity that Brother Xiao's company doesn't have products for end consumers, otherwise I would just spend a lot of money, then I can buy Brother Xiao's company stocks, which is also support. Doghead JPG, the pressure is on the bosses of other listed companies that have plummeted. Manually funny. The sky-high traffic directly hit, and thousands of stockholders in major stock forums and stock exchange groups were talking about this matter. It was also a hot topic on Weibo, and it quickly broke the circle and became the hottest topic on the entire network today. Xiao Yu's personal reputation instantly ushered in an epic reversal, and his status was also promoted from Xiao Laolia to Xiao Zhu level. Not long after, the market had not closed yet. Affected by this news, Lingjing Technology stock price rose strongly in the late trading, and the stock price rose to 72.38 yuan, and the market value rose to 62.825 billion. During the weekend, the news continued to ferment. At the opening of the new week stock market, the trend of Prism technology directly started the second wave of the main upward trend. On Monday, it opened with a shrinking volume and a limit up to set a record high. On Tuesday, it continued to shrink and limit up. The stock price broke through the 100 yuan price mark, reaching a record high of 104.23 yuan. The market value also soared to 90.471 billion, and the threshold of 100 billion market value was just around the corner. On Wednesday, the stock price once again set a record high, but it jumped after rising in the morning, and dived all the way to the limit. But in the afternoon, it broke through the limit downboard again and finally closed up plus 7.14%. Today's trading volume also released a historical high, and the total trading volume for the day reached a huge amount of 15.8 billion. The next day, there was a bidding limit down, which was a method of suppressing before rising by the trading team of Rulian Group. While the stock price was at the limit down, Xiang Chongguang asked a small team under his command to write a small essay to promote the fermentation of the news. The general theme of the essay is, Brother Xiao has withstood 21 limit downs for us 180,000 retail investors. He didn't let us retail investors lose, and we can't let Brother Xiao lose either. Let's beat the empty dogs together. More and more essays, comments, and posts related to this topic have gradually emerged. At around 10:50 in the morning, the trading team of Rulian Group worked together with several institutions to directly pry open the limit downboard, and then began to ignite and strongly pull up the stock price. At the same time, they posted slogans on major stock forums, "Be brothers, in your heart, work together to go long, beat the empty dogs, and let Brother Xiao win." Some stock software can post barrages on the time-sharing disk, so Rulian's operation team also arranged people to post barrages on the time-sharing disk of Lingjing Technology, "Beat the empty dogs, let Brother Xiao win." As the stock price continued to rise, it turned red all the way, and more stockholders followed the barrage of "Blow up the empty dog, let Brother Xiao win." Brother Xiao resisted 21 limit downs for us retail investors. We must not let Brother Xiao lose. Smash the head of the empty dog in the afternoon. The whole emotional surface was completely driven up. Driven by this emotion, thousands of stockholders became excited and directly pushed the stock price from the limit downboard to the red plate area and turned up and set a historical high. The next Friday, Lingjing Technology stock price opened low, but it was strong again at the opening. At 1400 hours in the afternoon, it hit a new historical high. The stock price reached 138.66 yuan, and the company's market value soared to 120.356 billion. Xiao Yu's personal net worth has also soared all the way. Now his nominal net worth has reached 41.5 billion, making him the new richest man in Linsao City and the youngest billionaire. This wave of operations by Rulian Group can be said to be a small effort to achieve a great result, and it perfectly interprets what it means. Where popularity goes, there are bull stocks. This is also the result of the right time, right place and right people. Rulian Group just operates behind the scenes in a proper way, with the core of Xiao Yu's hard resistance to all losses for 180,000 retail investors to create a word-of-mouth effect. But in the final analysis, Xiao Yu is really willing to pay 10 billion yuan in real money to compensate the losses of shareholders. His actual action has won the favor of countless retail investors, because this unique 10 billion subsidy cannot be faked, it is real money, plus Rulian Group deliberately operates behind the scenes to drive everyone's emotions, and the company itself has extremely strong fundamentals to support it. This time everyone is extremely confident that the merger and reorganization will be 100% successful. Since Xiao Yu is willing to pay 10 billion yuan out of his own pocket to subsidize the losses of shareholders, and it is borrowed money, no one believes that someone who can do this will go to cheat shareholders. The previous wave of killing now believes that Xiao Yu is not trying to cheat the stockholders and cut the leaks, but just to retaliate against his enemies, inevitably hurting retail stockholders by mistake, and he does not intend to let the stockholders pay for him, and he will compensate the stockholders with real money. Xiao Yu is extremely responsible in the eyes of stockholders. With a contrast of other listed company bosses and various leaks, Xiao Yu is simply the white moonlight in the eyes of stockholders. It must be said that Xiao Yu's operation is too popular. Stockholders are now competing to forward and spread this sentence. Brother Xiao has resisted 21 limit drops for 180,000 retail investors. Brother Xiao will not let us down, and we cannot let Brother Xiao down. In the next new week, Rulian Group will continue to write short essays and spread rumors, saying that Xiao Yu's move slapped many listed company bosses in the face. Many leaks privately cursed Xiao Yu for his extremely bad move and set a very bad precedent. He must be severely suppressed and his company's stock price must be suppressed. When retail investors saw this short essay, they immediately became emotional. They were outraged and wanted to support Brother Xiao even more. Then another group of people continued to write short essays to stir up emotions and shout slogans, "Beat the short dogs. We can't let those people succeed. Brother Xiao must win and slap those people in the face." At the same time, the trading team also cooperated in the market to ignite the market sentiment. Only when the market goes up can everyone's emotions get hot. Sure enough, countless stock investors were excited. The barrage comment area was full of support Brother Xiao. If Brother Xiao wins, we retail investors win, and if Brother Xiao loses, we retail investors lose. Let Brother Xiao win and beat the short dogs. If Brother Xiao loses, I'm sorry that he has to bear 21 limit downs for more than 180,000 retail investors, etc. Chapter 60, Military Purchase Order Issued. Whether it is Xiao Yu personally or his company Lingjing Technology, the current popularity is simply exploding. The company's stock price has also soared. From the second wave of the first board limit to the current period, it has lasted 11 trading days, and 11 consecutive days have been harvested. The second main rising wave has accumulated a surge of plus 255.54%, and the stock price has reached a maximum price of 210.52 yuan. The company's total market value has also soared to 182.5 billion. Xiao Yu's personal net worth has also soared all the way, and now his latest net worth has reached 63.1 billion. If the first main rising wave is counted, from the historical lowest price of 0.42 yuan per share on August 31st, to today Friday, it has been less than 3 months, and the cumulative increase has reached a terrifying plus 50,023.81%, which is 500 times in less than 3 months. This not only makes Lingjing Technology an absolute super bull stock in the A-share market this year, but also a super bull stock in the entire A-share history of 20 to 30 years. It has soared 500 times in less than 3 months. This is the first time in history. Even if the price was 50.50 yuan before, if you hold on until now and don't sell, you can not only get out of the trap, but also make more than 3 times the profit on this basis. After the weekend, on Monday, November 15th, the company's stock price continued to rise, reaching a historical high of 222.22 yuan, and the corresponding market value also soared to 192.886 billion. Today, The village couldn't stand it anymore. Several hot money and big investors were directly forced to receive window guidance, requiring them to only sell and not buy again, otherwise their trading accounts would be blocked, including some small scattered stockholders who also received risk warning text messages from brokerage companies. Affected by this, coupled with the intraday highest price of 222.22 yuan, the leopard special number. In the end, it weakened all the way, accelerated its dive in the afternoon, and Lingjing Technology closed it to limit down. The stock price closed at 164.18 yuan. The daily transaction volume released a sky-high volume of 27.1 billion, once again breaking the record for the largest single-day transaction in history. The next day, the share price of Lingjing Technology opened sharply lower by -13.55%, but it went straight up after the opening, and finally rebounded by +20.00% on the board, and the company's market value rose to 1,710 billion. A retail investor bought Lingjing Technology stock this morning, and soon received a text message risk warning from the brokerage. The old man edited the message and responded angrily, "Fuck. Get out. I just want to support Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao can bear 21 limit drops for me. Can other listed company bosses do it? Can I not support Brother Xiao? Nima, get out of here. I'm not happy. I'll close my account and change brokerages." This retail investor is also one of the 180,000 retail investors who were trapped and suffered a huge loss. He lost 325,300 yuan. He also cursed Xiao Liaoliu on the street some time ago, but now he has become a die-hard fan overnight. At 8:22 this morning, he received a text message from the bank, and a remittance of 391,300 yuan was deposited into his account. It was Xiao Yu's compensation loss that arrived. Not only did he make up for the loss of 325,300 yuan, but he also gave him an additional 20 centimeters level limit profit premium. He bought it at 330,000 yuan at the time, and the premium for one limit was 66,000 yuan. A total of 391,300 yuan was deposited into his account. Then this morning, he went all in during the call auction of Lingjing Technology, and added money to 500,000 yuan. Today, the stock opened low and he made a profit of +3.88 percentage points, earning 194,000 yuan, directly turning from 500,000 yuan to 694,000 yuan. After entering November, the 180,000 retail investors who suffered huge losses have received compensation one after another, and almost all of them immediately used the money they received to buy Lingjing Technology stocks, and some of them went all in. On Wednesday, November 17th, the stock price of Lingjing Technology continued to rise, once returning to the 200 yuan price, as if it was going to set a new historical high. But the village struck again, and finally the stock price rose and fell back, closing up +0.35%, and the stock price closed at 197.71 yuan, with the after-hours market value locked at 171.6 billion. I didn't expect that the effect of 10 billion would be so great. At this time, Xiao Yu, who is in the company, was also looking at his company's stocks. Seeing the company's current market value, his net worth soared to a huge 59.3 billion. This figure made Xiao Yu the super rich man with the highest net wealth growth in the country this year. He really didn't expect that 10 billion would be so powerful. The company's stock price trend continued to soar without any good news. If it weren't for the intervention of the village, the stock price would probably continue to rise all the way. Judging from the current results, the 10 billion yuan is really worth it, and it has completely restored Xiao Yu's reputation in the hearts of the public. This will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the company's future launch of terminal consumer products. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the office. Xiao Yu put away his thoughts and responded, "Come in." Looking up at the door, the beautiful assistant Yun Shu walked in slowly. She saw the company's stock trend displayed on Xiao Yu's desk computer, and immediately smiled and said, "You are also looking at the company's stock trend." Hearing this, Xiao Yu turned off the market software, turned his head and glanced at the beautiful assistant and said with a smile, "Is it right to let you buy the bottom at the beginning? It's incredible. I didn't expect the company's stock price to soar so much." From 0.42 yuan to the latest historical high of 222.22, it has increased by 528 times, Yun Shu said with an amazed look on her face. Xiao Yu opened a small stove for her and asked her to increase her holdings at the floor price privately. Now she holds a total of 8.5 million shares, which has soared to 1.68 billion according to the latest closing price. She is a billionaire woman. After the episode, Xiao Yu looked at her and asked, "Let's not talk about this anymore." "What's the matter?" Yunshu immediately handed him a document in her hand. "The military's purchase order has arrived, with a total purchase of 1,350 tons. Xiao Yu opened the document and browsed through it. The military took 67.5% of the 1,350-ton comprehensive purchase volume based on the 2,000-ton production capacity, leaving 32.5% of the production capacity for the civilian market. Yunshu added, "There is another piece of news. Today, our graphene manufacturers in the industry collectively attacked our company, saying that our company is maliciously reducing prices and dumping, destroying the ecology of the industry and the entire market, and jointly calling on everyone to boycott our company." Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled happily. "Boycott? They are boycotting with their heads? It's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." The military's purchase orders have come down, as various downstream manufacturers came to Lingjing Technology for research and price inquiries. The pricing of the company's mass-produced graphene also spread, including the quality of the graphene materials. Many business partners learned that Xiao Yu had set the price of the company's scientific research-grade graphene materials, which are products with a quality purity of 99.99999%, below 1,000 yuan, at only 999 yuan per gram. Compared with the scientific research-grade graphene on the market, the price has dropped more than 10 times, and the quality purity is still at the instant-killing level. The prices of other specifications of graphene materials, such as Shuangchang graphene, have also dropped more than 10 times compared to the products on the market, and the quality purity is even higher. When competitors learned of this news, they were completely numb. They were still competing with Lingjing Technology with hammer. The boss wanted to sell the company and run away. Chapter 61. After learning that Huawei has placed an order, competitors can no longer sit still. Chairman's office. Xiao Yu walked out of his desk and came to the sofa in the lounge area. Yunshu followed and sat next to him, then said, "Also, Huawei sent someone here, hoping to cooperate with Lingjing Technology to provide graphene flexible full screen for their Mate 50 Pro mobile phone to be released next year, and accept the signing of a supplementary agreement." Yunshu added, "But they don't want much, they only plan to purchase the production capacity of 5 million mobile phones. Huawei is now being suppressed by AMI, and their Kirin chips can only rely on inventory, otherwise they would definitely not purchase so few." Yunshu continued, "In addition, Huawei does not intend to rush to launch the full-screen phone. As long as they can supply it on time, they plan to release the M50 phone in September next year." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded and said, "Then let Su Changming sign the contract with Huawei. It has to be Huawei." The other mobile phone manufacturers are still waiting and watching. Since Lingjing Technology required buyers to sign the supplementary agreement, about 80% of the manufacturers who came to inquire about the price refused. These manufacturers who refused were obviously rushing to be middlemen to resell and make a profit, rather than purchasing materials and going back to make products. Although several well-known mobile phone manufacturers did not refuse, they did not respond, only saying that they were studying it internally. They obviously encountered some resistance. These mobile phone manufacturers certainly do not want the graphene materials to be expensive, but they hope that they are as cheap as possible, so that the cost of their mobile phones can be cheaper. The reason why they chose not to respond and wait and see was that Xiao Yu estimated that most of them had capital putting pressure on them secretly. They did not dare to refuse explicitly for fear of offending Lingjing Technology and not being able to get the goods in the future, so they could only compromise, not refusing but not responding, leaving room for themselves to mediate later. They are waiting for Lingjing Technology to break through. Capital wants to ban Lingjing Technology and prevent major companies from buying Lingjing Technology's products. Now, it has let peer competitors collectively jump out and jointly boycott, attacking Lingjing Technology for malicious price cuts, destroying the market ecology and other violent remarks. The purpose is to force Lingjing Technology to compromise and give in. But they never expected that the military had already come, and now Huawei has also come. Huawei itself is a giant and does not need to look at the face of capital. The so-called ban that prevents others from buying Lingjing Technology's products is undoubtedly a big joke. For those mobile phone manufacturers who are waiting and watching, this is the moment they are waiting for. As long as the capital cannot block them, they have a reason to sign orders and get the goods. If your capital is not strong enough and cannot block them, then you can't blame me for going to Lingjing Technology to get the goods. If others get the goods and I don't, my product competitiveness will lag behind, and the capital obviously has nothing to say. At the end, Xiao Yu announced the military procurement and Huawei procurement cooperation on Monday night. Since the military requires that the total procurement volume cannot be announced to the public, we will not announce it, including the procurement volume of cooperation with Huawei. Anyway, the total revenue and profit will be directly disclosed in the financial report at that time. The specific quantity requirements for procurement by the military cannot be announced as a military secret, because after it is announced, some intelligence organizations will also estimate how much equipment you can eventually have based on the procurement volume. Yunshu nodded. Well, okay. As the beautiful assistant left the office, Xiao Yu returned to his desk and logged on to Weibo on his computer to post a dynamic, "I don't understand what malicious price dumping is, and I don't understand how it destroys the industry market ecology. Our original intention of lowering the price is to release technological dividends and promote the overall development of human science and technology. If the price is set so high, it will lead to, for example, the full screen of the mobile phone cannot afford the high cost. If it is made, it will either be passed on to consumers or become a niche product that cannot be popularized. The market increment cannot be opened, and the general public cannot enjoy the dividends of technological progress. Now we have lowered the price, and the cost is 10 or even dozens of times cheaper. Mobile phone manufacturers can afford the cost of full screens, and everyone can afford full-screen mobile phones. The market increment is also opened, and it can also promote technological progress. It is true that if our products maintain the current market price, it can bring us dozens or hundreds of times of amazing profits, but we can't lose sight of money. Although we can make more, we must understand and learn to restrain ourselves. It is enough to make a reasonable profit. Even if we reduce the price to less than 1,000 yuan, our products still have a profit margin of about 5 to 8 times." Xiao Yu sent this Weibo, and the competing companies in the same industry were simply desperate when they saw it. The price has been crazy reduced by 10 or even dozens of times, and there is still a terrifying profit margin of 500% to 800%. As a competing company of Lingjing Technology, this is undoubtedly desperate. That means that if necessary, Lingjing Technology still has a huge room for price reduction. How can we play this game? Compete with Xiao Yu's company? Xiao Yu's Weibo post also received a lot of praise from netizens and consumers, who called Xiao Jie a big picture and a real business master. The previous bloody reputation has been reversed. Xiao Yu now has to further consolidate his management, and he really needs the rapid development of Earth technology. So many black technologies in the Blue Star world cannot be easily brought over. That is, the Earth's technology system and industrial supporting facilities cannot keep up, and they cannot be brought over rashly. Xiao Yu also wants to use the smart holographic bracelet in front of the world on Earth. This thing is really convenient and easy to use, but on Earth, it can only be hidden and not shown to others. Monday, November 22nd. Lingjing Technology stock price has been adjusted at a high level for a week. Today, it opened sharply higher, and after the opening, it was high profile, with volume and price, and successfully hit the daily limit. Today's strong listing is mainly due to Xiao Yu's Weibo. Netizens saw Xiao Yu confronting his so-called friendly competitors, and investors saw an unexpected message from his Weibo. That is, Lingjing Technology has lowered the price of graphene products to such a low level, and it still has a terrifying profit margin of 5 to 8 times. The company's market value of less than 200 billion is definitely underestimated. In the evening, Lingjing Technology issued an announcement to disclose the news that the company had obtained a purchase order from the military, and also cooperated with Huawei to supply M50 Pro mobile phones. Stimulated by this news, the stock market opened the next day, and Lingjing Technology opened high again and rose to the board plus 20.00% daily limit to advance to the second consecutive board, strongly opening the third main rising wave. Other downstream manufacturers couldn't sit still when they heard the news. When they saw that Lingjing Technology had obtained a military purchase order, they knew that it was impossible for capital to block Lingjing Technology. Seeing that Huawei had already taken the lead, several well-known mobile phone manufacturers couldn't sit still, for fear that they would not be able to get the goods even if they queued up. On Wednesday, Lingjing Technology stock price once again jumped sharply to a record high. After the opening, it successfully went up for 3 consecutive days. The stock price also rushed to a record high of 269.50 yuan, and the market value soared to 233.926 billion. The village did not want Lingjing Technology stock price to rise so much in the short term, but it was useless. The stockholders were all working hard. Unless it was forced to suspend trading and put in a small black room, it would not be of much use. It would still have to rise again because the fundamental expectations were too strong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Liebes, damn, this technique is amazing. That afternoon, at the headquarters of Lingjing Technology. At this moment, Xiao Yu was personally leading a top-tier celebrity in the technology circle, who was Lei Jun. This time, not only did Xiao Mi act quickly, but Lei Jun also visited in person. Speaking of which, for Xiaomi, suppliers are the father. In order to revitalize the upstream and downstream suppliers, large and small, and to be able to start the banquet smoothly, Xiaomi basically begged the boss to borrow the pot and buy the bowl. Lei Jun's personal visit this time can be said to be full of sincerity, so that Xiaomi can get the supply and grab 100% full screen first launch. The display screen business was one of the core businesses of Lingjing Technology in the past, but at that time, compared with domestic Jingdongfeng or foreign Samsung and other industry giants, Lingjing Technology was just a small karami. Although the technology is good, the big factories do not recognize it very much, and it is impossible to hand over the flagship product to you. At that time, the company could only sit at a table with the small factories of the 18th line, and the table of the big guys was not qualified. But things are different now. Lingjing Technology has mastered the world's unique technology and has achieved the mass production capacity of graphene, which is known as the king of new materials. The cost has also dropped exponentially. It is the only one in the world and has achieved a technological monopoly in the field of graphene. For downstream manufacturers in various fields that need to use graphene materials, Lingjing Technology is definitely their supplier net. We plan to allocate a quota of 10 tons of production capacity to the smartphone industry, and it is the highest specification of scientific research-grade graphene materials. It is expected to create 100% full screen for 33 million mobile phones. In the VIP reception room, Xiao Yu looked at Lei Jun and said with a smile. However, his words immediately surprised Mr. Lei, who said with some doubt, only 10 tons of production capacity can produce 33 million screens. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Mr. Lei doesn't think that the entire screen is made of this high-purity graphene composite material, right? At least 20 to 30 grams are needed. Even if the price drops significantly, a mobile phone screen will cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. As he said that, Xiao Yu took out a mobile phone, which was a flagship phone under Xiaomi. The original screen of this phone was replaced with a 100% full screen and an under-screen camera. It must be said that hiding the front camera under the screen immediately greatly increased the appearance of the phone. The entire screen 100% displays the interface, and people with obsessive-compulsive disorder will call it comfortable. Xiao Yu handed the phone to Lei Jun and smiled. This screen is actually a combination of traditional screen materials and graphene composite materials, or a hybrid. This is the unique skill of my Lingjing Technology. It only uses about 0.32 grams of graphene material to achieve a 100% full screen. Lei Jun was shocked. Only 0.32 grams, Xiao Yu nodded. Isn't the biggest technical pain point to hide the camera under the screen? So we use graphene composite materials in the screen position where the camera is located to ensure that the transmittance does not affect the imaging effect of the front camera. Hearing this easy-to-understand introduction, Lei Jun was shocked by the so-called chimera technology developed by Lingjing Technology, which can make the two materials perfectly mixed together to make a complete screen. This operation is simply stingy to the extreme, and the cost control is to the extreme. Just use some graphene composite materials in the camera position, which is equivalent to basically using a traditional display screen, but it can achieve a 100% full screen. The technical pain point is how to make the front camera disappear on the screen. If this can be done, it is enough, no matter how stingy it is. Just say whether this is a 100% full screen? And it is not possible not to be so stingy. Although Blue Star can provide enough graphene composite materials of this level, Xiao Yu cannot just blindly make 10,000 tons. The annual production capacity reported now is 150 tons. The military has taken away 100 tons, leaving 50 tons for commercial use in the civilian market. The entire screen is made of graphene materials. Even if the price has dropped to this level, mobile phone manufacturers still cannot afford it. Lei Jun looked at the prototype in his hand. There was no problem with the screen display. It was completely invisible. The imaging effect of the camera under the screen was also very perfect. Damn, this technology is really awesome. Lei Jun looked at the mobile phone in his hand and couldn't help muttering in his heart. He was full of envy. This mosaic technology is also unique. Being stingy also has its advantages. It can achieve a 100% full screen effect. For mobile phone manufacturers, the proportion of screen costs is also reduced. The material cost of 0.32 grams is equivalent to about 320 yuan. Of course, it is definitely not calculated this way. If mobile phone manufacturers want to cooperate, they must hand over the entire screen to Lingjing Technology for manufacturing and supply. The price of a whole screen is definitely not 320 yuan. The cost of a screen generally accounts for about 15% to 20% of the overall cost of a mobile phone. The previous cooperation with Huawei was to supply it with screen orders for 5 million mobile phones. The average purchase price of a screen was about 1,500 yuan, and the total order amount was 8 billion yuan. Lingjing Technology's pricing is based on 20% of the terminal consumer guidance price of downstream manufacturers' products. If you sell a mobile phone for 5,000 yuan, I will charge you 1,000 yuan for the screen supply price. If you sell it for 15,000 yuan, I will charge you 3,000 yuan. In short, it is charged at 20% of the product sales price. If the downstream mobile phone manufacturers sell their products at a price of 2,000 yuan, then they will not supply them, or they can supply them, but they will charge at least 1,000 yuan for a screen. If the manufacturers are willing to pay this price, they are willing to sell at a loss. Even if the terminal products are sold at 200 yuan each, Xiao Yu does not care, because Lingjing Technology has already received the profits it deserves. There is no doubt that if Lei Jun wants Lingjing Technology to supply full-screen phones for Xiaomi mobile phones, they will also charge 20% of the selling price. If Xiaomi mobile phones are sold at more than 5,000 yuan, they will charge 20%, and if the price is lower than this, they will charge 1,000 yuan for each screen. If you can accept it, sign the order. If you can't accept it, forget it. At most, you can transfer the quota to other sub-industries. So many high-end industries have a strong demand for graphene materials. Lingjing Technology does not need to run business promotion by itself. Customers will come to the door to ask for goods. Around 1600 hours in the afternoon, Lingjing Technology successfully signed a large order with Xiaomi. Xiao Yu was not in a hurry, but Lei Jun was. Several other late-arriving mobile phone manufacturers learned the news and were angry and privately cursed Lei Jun for being too unkind. He actually ate up all the goods and didn't even give his competitors a sip of soup. Lingjing Technology's production capacity allocated to the mobile phone segment is limited. The 10-ton production capacity is expected to provide 33 million screens, which cannot meet the needs of multiple manufacturers at the same time. If Huawei, the first to sign the order, had not been short of key RIN chips, according to Huawei's mobile phone shipments last year, he could have eaten them all and it would still be far from enough. However, there were only so many key RIN chips in stock, so he only took orders for 5 million screens. Lei Jun came here this time and directly packed up the remaining 28 million screens. It was really unbearable that Lei Jun's sincerity was too hot, and he was willing to lower his status in order to get the goods. Lei, brother, please give me all the remaining production capacity. During the conversation, it was almost like this, and he finally successfully packed up the remaining production capacity from Xiao Yu. On the one hand, Lei Jun was very sincere. On the other hand, Xiao Yu was actually unhappy with the wait-and-see attitude of other manufacturers. This was a small way to vent his anger and let them know that they should be more decisive in the future and not sit on the fence. Although Xiaomi also waited and watched, she was the first one to come, and Lei Jun personally visited her, showing her sincerity. On the other hand, The other manufacturers only sent their senior management teams. At least Xiaomi was really willing to put down her status and recognize the supplier as her big brother, and even regarded Lingjing Technology as another new supplier father. For this reason, Xiao Yu was more willing to supply Xiaomi with mobile phones. Xiaomi said that it didn't matter to recognize the big brother. Anyway, recognizing the big brother and asking for help everywhere in the supply chain is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Supplier fathers and so on, one more Lingjing Technology is not much, and one less Lingjing Technology is not much. The key is to get the goods. Leijun is pragmatic. Face and other things are empty. The key is to have goods to sell. Several other mobile phone manufacturers did not receive the products, and they also cursed Leijun in secret, almost wanting to imitate Leijun's famous scene, "Our competitors are idiots." Chapter 63, this year's hottest new talent in the tech industry. Xiao Yu actually liked it, and dumped the remaining production capacity to Leijun. Those mobile phone manufacturers who didn't get the goods also transferred most of their dissatisfaction to Leijun. Xiao Yu also saved trouble and made all the profits he should have made. Why not? After Leijun successfully signed the order, he left with satisfaction, and on his way back, he couldn't wait to post a Weibo. It has to be said that Leijun is definitely a high-intensity internet surfer among the top celebrities. Among the billionaires, Leijun is the most active one on the internet. He solemnly announced the cooperation with Lingjing Technology on Weibo, and announced on Weibo that Xiaomi will launch the world's first truly 100% full-screen mobile phone in July next year, which is the Xiaomi 12S Ultra mobile phone that will impact the high-end market. When friends saw Leijun's joyous look, they couldn't help but scold friends again in their hearts. Leijun also took the full-screen prototype of the Xiaomi phone that Xiao Yu showed him, and posted another short video on Weibo to show the effect of the full-screen phone, and posted 3 Weibo posts in a row. This matter quickly became a hot search, causing heated discussions in the circle and among netizens. Leijun obviously hopes that Xiaomi 12S Ultra can successfully impact the high-end market. Now with the 100% full-screen debut, this is definitely a big selling point. The success rate of impacting the high-end market will undoubtedly increase further, and there is an extra insurance. It has to be said that Leijun is really good at marketing, otherwise how can Dongzi say that he can't compete with Leijun in marketing? The front camera of the phone is hidden under the screen, and the whole screen becomes clean and refreshing. Even if the old phone is equipped with a 100% full screen, the appearance is visibly soaring. This news also further stimulated the continued surge in the share price of Lingjing Technology. On the second day, Thursday, the company's stock price continued to open high and hit the daily limit, and it went out of 4 consecutive days of 4 boards. The third main rising wave has doubled its gains, and today's trading volume has reached a huge amount of 34 billion, once again breaking the record of the largest single-day trading volume in the history of the stock. This afternoon, there was another major good news, and many companies in different industries signed large contracts with Lingjing Technology. Now everyone is queuing up to get the goods, and Lingjing Technology has no worries about having no customers. Moreover, manufacturers who want to get the goods cannot hold back the payment, and must complete the payment within half a month. Basically, the payment is made before the goods are supplied. Manufacturers who want to hold back the accounts receivable will not sell to him at all. Obviously, now it is completely tilted towards the seller's market of Lingjing Technology. If the buyer wants to get the goods, it is impossible to hold back the payment. Some manufacturers and buyers can even pay on the same day of signing the order in order to get the supply. The graphene products provided by Lingjing Technology to the market are not only 10 or even dozens of times cheaper than those of its peers, but also of higher quality. If manufacturers get such goods, not only can the cost of the products be reduced, but the competitiveness will also be improved, which can form a huge competitive advantage over their peers. If you don't rush to grab the goods and get them taken away by your peers, then you will be at a huge disadvantage. Stimulated by the series of news, Lingjing Technology opened high again on Friday, and the volume was reduced and the daily limit was directly closed. The third main rising wave went out of the 5 consecutive daily limits within a week. The 20 centimeters level daily limit of the gem soared by about 1.5 times in 5 days. On the following Monday, Lingjing Technology opened high and went high during the day, with the highest price reaching a historical high of 421.23 yuan, and the corresponding market value reached a historical high of 365.627 billion. However, It did not hit the 6 consecutive boards today, and then it fell back, and once dived more than 11 percentage points during the day. It finally closed down -7.48% at 359.06 yuan share, with a total market value of 311.664 billion after the market. 3 months ago, the company's market value ranked last in the A-share market, but now it has soared to become the 5th largest stock in the GEM market value in just 3 months. No one expected that Lingjing Technology could soar from 0.42 yuan per share to 421.23 yuan in less than 3 months, setting an unprecedented cumulative increase of plus 100,192.863% in the terrifying range, which is more than 1,000 times. We all know that high-tech growth companies can get unimaginable returns on investment if they bet on the right treasure. But there is no other example in the world that has such an exaggerated return rate as Lingjing Technology, creating 1,000 times return on investment in a short period of time. 3 months ago, the stock price of Lingjing Technology plummeted to below 1 yuan. At that time, there were less than 15,000 investors holding this stock, and they basically ran away. The rest planned to keep it as an heirloom. But the latest data shows that there are more than 270,000 retail investors holding Lingjing Technology shares, and there are 285 institutional investors. In the past 3 months, there are many people who have doubled their money through Lingjing Technology, and many people have achieved financial freedom, and there are retail investors who have made hundreds of millions of dollars. But if we say that the person whose net worth has soared the most in this wealth myth is Xiao Yu, it is undoubtedly. The surge in the company's market value also made his nominal net worth soar to 107.7 billion. This net worth made Xiao Yu directly airborne to the 30th place on the domestic rich list, and it was also the fastest and most profitable personal wealth increase on this year's rich list. In just 3 months, Xiao Yu became famous and became the hottest big shot in the technology circle and business community this year. It also let the world see that the wealth effect created by the technology field is incomparable to traditional industries, and the speed of wealth appreciation is terrifying. With the signing of order contracts with major downstream manufacturers, Lingjing Technology will next ensure that there are no mistakes in production capacity and supply. This morning, Xiao Yu came to the company's food processing and grain trade department for a stroll. The company spent 100 million to purchase more than 35,000 tons of starch that has been delivered and put into storage. Xiao Yu also inspected the storage location in the suburbs. In fact, he came here to squat and mark the specific coordinates, so that the transmission location can be determined in the warehouse at any time, which is convenient for transporting starch to the Blue Star world. After the site inspection, Xiao Yu returned to his villa. Late at night, Xiao Yu woke up in the middle of the night and muttered to himself while getting dressed, "Wow, I have to have some sense of stealing to do my own things." He shook his head with a smile, put on his clothes, opened the teleportation star ring and came to the villa in Fengquan City in the Blue Star world, and then went to the storage location that the company had prepared. After confirming that there was no other person, Xiao Yu woke up the logistics handling robot that had been prepared, and then opened the teleportation star ring again, and set the coordinates to the warehouse where starch was stored on Earth. At this time, Linzhou City on Earth was in the middle of the night. Xiao Yu operated the interface of the teleportation star ring to adjust the size of the teleportation star gate a little, confirmed that there was no problem, and then crossed the star gate to the warehouse where starch was stored on Earth. Next, Xiao Yu input instructions to the handling robot and started to carry the goods. It was now late at night on Earth, and Xiao Yu had already controlled the background of the surveillance camera, so the warehouse security could not see what was going on inside. The handling robot shuttled between the teleportation star gates and carried the starch to the Blue Star world, while Xiao Yu was stalking and staring at the screens of several surveillance cameras outside the warehouse. During the day, he had come here to understand the employees' work and rest time and duty time. Xiao Yu deliberately staggered the time, but still had to keep an eye on it, in case the employees on duty suddenly came to take a look around. He could also withdraw in advance, but it would be troublesome if he was caught. The accident did not happen, and 1,500 tons of starch were transported smoothly. In the end, Xiao Yu crossed the teleportation star gate and closed it. No one on Earth knew that 1,500 tons of starch disappeared from the warehouse without anyone noticing. On the Blue Star world, Xiao Yu looked at the 1,500 tons of starch materials transported in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. According to the price of artificial synthetic starch in the Blue Star world, 300,000 star yuan per ton, 1,500 tons is worth 450 million star yuan. The 2,000 tons of graphene purchased on the Blue Star world only cost less than 190 million star yuan, and its cost is about equal to 630 tons of starch. On the second day, an unmanned freight locomotive team rented by Xiao Yu online arrived at the warehouse, took a walk around, stayed in the warehouse for a while and then left. This was Xiao Yu's trick, commonly known as leaving traces at work. In this way, the 1,500 tons of starch materials in the warehouse did not appear out of thin air, and people in the company would not find it strange. As for the channels from which these goods came, Xiao Yu would not explain to Luo Guanqi, Yan Lingjin and other Blue Star native employees. Before going to Xianti City, Xiao Yu was to create a strong network of channels for himself. The transaction of food materials in the Blue Star world is already very complicated. So there is a saying that heroes do not ask where they come from, and goods do not ask where they come from. There are many great transactions among them. Some merchants or companies are actually gloves of some big figures and big forces from Xianshan. Chapter 64, both of them are very cunning. The interests involved in food and Blue Star are huge, and it is not something that a single party can take alone. The interests are divided up layer by layer. The gloves that do the dirty work for the big guys also have to drink some soup, so the great transactions are tacitly approved by some big guys. As long as it is within the scope of the big guys' tacit approval, nothing will happen. It's all a matter of a word from the big guys. The existence of great transactions below is obviously beneficial to Xiao Yu, who can fish in troubled waters better. The materials that are being traded now are far from the threshold of 10,000 tons, which is not enough to attract the attention of the big guys at the top of the Blue Star pyramid. At best, they are just small forces in the local area. The big guys often make moves at the level of hundreds of millions of tons or even hundreds of millions of tons, which is several orders of magnitude different. At this moment, Xiao Yu checked the starch that was traded and confirmed that there were no problems such as the special slogans and logos of the Earth. So he contacted Luo Guanqi, the general manager of Blue Star Prism Company, to come over, and Yan Lingjin was also called over by him. After waiting for a while, the two came here. Xiao Yu looked at Luo Guanqi and ordered directly, "Old Luo, sell these 1,500 tons of synthetic starch as soon as possible." The two were secretly surprised to see the starch materials piled up in the warehouse. Luo Guan guessed that there was probably a big shot behind the boss. Thinking of this, although he was a little curious, he didn't dare to ask rashly, and nodded and said, "I understand." Yan Lingjin's guess was roughly similar. She even speculated that Xiao Yu might be a glove under the command of a big shot or big force. But thinking of the last time she met and talked with Xiao Yu for the first time in Xianshan, from his many remarks at the time, Yan Lingjin doubted her own speculation and really couldn't see through this man. At this moment, Xiao Yu turned his head and glanced at the beautiful assistant. "Have you settled the procurement of the 2,000 tons of graphene materials?" Yan Lingjin put away his thoughts and replied, "It has been negotiated and will be delivered in about 3 to 5 days. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at Luo Guanqi, "Cash it in as soon as possible and pay the money to them after delivery." "I don't like to hold other people's payments." Luo Guanqi nodded again and responded, "Understood." After giving instructions, Xiao Yu also left the warehouse and gave the beautiful assistant a look. Yan Lingjin understood what he meant and followed him. Xiao Yu took her back to his private villa in Fenquin City, Blue Star. It was just dinner time. There was an extra person in the villa, to be precise, a bionic humanoid robot, which was the N22814X robot beauty that was purchased before. Xiao Yu tossed it around after buying it. Of course, it was not that kind of tossing, but she disassembled it for research and reassembled it. If it was that kind of tossing, Xiao Yu would definitely not be able to toss even if you had 10 iron kidneys, but it can run for 100 hours when fully charged. The robot beauty is now the housekeeper responsible for Xiao Yu's food and daily life on Blue Star. Xiao Yu invited the beautiful assistant to dine with him. Yan Lingjin wanted to decline, but thinking that she came with a mission. She was worried that it would cause Xiao Yu to be disgusted, so she sat down next to him and murmured, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." After a while, Xiao Yu opened the floating display panel and pushed it in front of her. "This person's name is Liu Shiji. I promised to provide him with 5 tons of watermelons a while ago. Please contact him for me and tell him that I don't sell watermelons anymore." Yan Lingjun wrote down the contact information and nodded. "Okay." Xiao Yu tilted his head and glanced at the beautiful assistant and added, "If he is interested in purchasing starch, I can sell it to him. I will give him as much as he can eat." "Well, okay." Yan Lingjun nodded lightly, her eyes moving, chewing slowly and silently, as if thinking about something. She approached Xiao Yu to open up new channels for the Red Tide organization to obtain food and supplies. The army of the Kingdom of Heaven and the Red Tide Revolutionary Army were fighting fiercely on the front line. Among the many rebel forces, the Red Tide organization was not the strongest, but the Kingdom of Heaven invested the most power to eliminate the Red Tide organization, and fought the hardest, and carried out all-round pursuit and interception from all aspects, including economy and public opinion. Because the revolutionary concept of the Red Tide was digging the roots of the rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven, they were very afraid that the organization would become bigger. At the end, Xiao Yu stared at the dishes and casually said, "Do you know the Red Tide organization?" Yan Lingjun was surprised, and then replied with an indifferent look, "Oh, you mean the rebel organization of the Kingdom of Heaven? I heard about it on the news." Xiao Yu ate and chatted. "What do you think?" Yan Lingjun, who heard this, did not seem to be unusual on the surface, but was actually very cautious because he did not understand Xiao Yu's motives. "What can a little girl like me think? This is a matter for the top leaders of the Kingdom of Heaven," Yan Lingjun answered very naturally, and then added with a look of hearsay, "But I once saw a post discussing the Red Tide organization on the internet, but it was deleted before I finished reading it." Xiao Yu asked with interest, "Oh? What did it say?" Yan Lingjun pretended to recall, "I don't know if it's true or not. The post said that the Red Tide organization is an armed revolutionary organization established by a group of idealists who resist oppression, exploitation, and save the suffering. They are determined to overthrow the Kingdom of Heaven through armed revolution and establish a new country where there is no distinction between high and low, no suffering and exploitation, and everyone is born equal." Hearing this, Xiao Yu was quite surprised, and then said calmly, "Really? It's interesting. It's very different from the situation described by the mainstream media in the Kingdom of Heaven. No wonder the post was deleted." Yan Lingjun still showed that he didn't care much. Xiao Yu was interested in the Red Tide organization because he remembered the entrepreneurial group in his hometown on Earth. Aren't they also a group of idealists? After going through numerous hardships and dangers, at the critical moment of the nation's survival, he turned the tide and changed the world. If you ask me, although the Red Tide organization is a relatively weak force among the rebels, it may be able to succeed in starting a business in the future and change the world. Xiao Yu seemed to be talking to himself. When Yan Lingjun heard this, she was secretly shocked and even a little unbelievable. She once thought that she had heard it wrong. How could such words come out of Xiao Yu's mouth? As a vested interest group in the ruling system of the Kingdom of Heaven, shouldn't they be eager for the Red Tide organization to be completely suppressed and wiped out tomorrow? Is he really a revolutionary comrade lurking in the Kingdom of Heaven? This thought came up again in her heart, but she dared not to tell the truth, because she could not rule out that Xiao Yu was a spy of the Kingdom of Heaven disguised as a deception. At this moment, Yan Lingjun hurriedly looked at Xiao Yu, pretending to be serious and solemn, saying, "Please be careful with your words, Mr. Xiao. If you get out and are caught as a red bandit, you will lose your head." Xiao Yu looked at her and smiled calmly. "We have to be cautious even when chatting in private, then the fate of this heavenly kingdom is almost over." Yan Lingjun stared at him with her eyes wide open. Xiao Yu was really not afraid. After all, he was an alien on Blue Star, and he had the greatest confidence to support him, that is, the teleportation star ring, which can not only be used to shuttle between the two worlds, but also is equivalent to a life-saving artifact. If there is a life-threatening situation, he can open the teleportation star gate and run away. However, Xiao Yu also knew that saying such things was risky, but he still said so because he had doubts about Yan Lingjun's identity. Before, he admired her ideological realm far beyond other female applicants. As they spent more time together, they communicated more, and they knew more about the Blue Star Heavenly Kingdom. Especially recently, Xiao Yu was also interested in understanding the Red Tide organization. Thinking about the realm of thought displayed by Yan Lingjun, is there a possibility that she is an undercover agent of the Red Tide organization? Xiao Yu speculated intuitively without evidence. Both of them had some speculations about each other and were secretly analyzing each other. But Xiao Yu didn't care. To a certain extent, he even hoped that she was, because Xiao Yu realized that this was actually a very beneficial thing for him. War and turmoil are objectively more conducive to him, an alien, to fish in troubled waters. An armed revolutionary organization that is in urgent need of food and supplies will not ask where your food comes from, but will only care whether you can provide him with food and supplies. This means that you can go in large quantities, and it is absolutely huge. If Yan Lingjin is a member of the Red Tide organization, Xiao Yu doesn't mind contacting her through this line, because sooner or later he will have to consider the problem of large-scale tossing food products on Blue Star in the future. It's not a big problem to fight a little now, but it's impossible to fight a little all the time. Xiao Yu was sure that the Red Tide organization, which was being chased and intercepted by the Heavenly Kingdom, was in great need of food and supplies. Although there was a risk of losing his head if he was found by the Heavenly Kingdom by providing food and supplies to them, Xiao Yu was very clear that no matter how great this risk was, it was far less than the risk of his alien identity being exposed. It was really nothing to offend the Heavenly Kingdom. At most, he could not stay in the Heavenly Kingdom and develop in other continents. But if the alien's identity was completely exposed on Blue Star, it would definitely cause a huge shock to the entire human civilization of Blue Star, which would subvert their worldview. Even the main contradictions within Blue Star might be suppressed and faced in unison due to the potential threat of alien civilizations. At that time, no matter how big the world of Blue Star was, there would not be a place for Xiao Yu to stand. He had a deep understanding of what was important. Xiao Yu would not be naive to think that the natives of Blue Star would completely trust him as an alien. Not to mention the two worlds, even on Earth, you, an Oriental face, would not be able to integrate into the white world no matter how you surrendered. Instead, you were on guard. This was the case in the same world, let alone from two different worlds. At this moment, Yan Lingjin saw that Xiao Yu was getting more and more bold and outspoken, and she showed her fear in a cute way. Boss Xiao, if you're like this, I will resign. Although you pay me a high salary, I have to live a good life. She looked like this, and it was completely impossible to tell that she was acting, but she had to show such an attitude. Because she couldn't afford to lose even once. What if Xiao Yu was really a spy of the Heavenly Kingdom fishing for her, and she was exposed in front of him? She would definitely die. Yan Lingjin knew that some revolutionary comrades had accidentally fallen into the trap and exposed their identities, and were finally killed. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Look how scared you are. You are pale." Xiao Yu had some doubts about the identity of this woman, but he didn't rush to verify it. He didn't care whether she was a member of the Red Tide or not, and he just kept an eye on her secretly. Yan Lingjin also kept some of his guard. If Xiao Yu was really a revolutionary comrade, that would be the best. If not, he would first need to find out if he was a spy of the Kingdom of Heaven. If he was confirmed not to be a spy of the Kingdom of Heaven, he would try to win him over to the Red Tide camp to participate in the revolution. From Xiao Yu's words and deeds, Yan Lingjin felt that there was a great chance of winning him over. Chapter 65, Xiao Yu's personal evaluation experience. In the next few days, Xiao Yu temporarily stayed in the Blue Star world to wait for the delivery of 2,000 tons of graphene. 2 days later, in a private villa in Fenquin City. At this moment, Xiao Yu was personally testing the best-selling bionic humanoid robot beauty of Vita's industrial group at home. Now he was idle, and such a realistic bionic humanoid robot beauty product did make him curious. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu was also a normal person with normal needs, but he hadn't asked for it once for more than half a year, and in fact, the total time he spent running between the Earth and the Blue Star had already exceeded more than a year. At this moment, the bionic robot beauty lowered her head slightly, looked at Xiao Yu and asked with emotion, "Master, do you want to continue?" The voice that filled Xiao Yu's ears was transmitted to his ears, and he immediately sweated in his heart, and waved his hand quickly. No, give me a massage." After personally conducting a practical evaluation this time, Xiao Yu came to a conclusion that humans are indeed no match for robots. But Xiao Yu also had to admit that the functional experience of this bionic robot product at the physiological level, if the full score is 5 stars, it can be given 6 stars, because it is beyond expectations. No wonder it has become the best-selling product of Vita's industrial group. You can do whatever you want, no problem, and there will be no psychological burden. There are shortcomings, but there is a lack of sense of accomplishment of conquering. Because you can't win the robot at all. It can last for 100 hours when fully charged, and it can maintain its peak state throughout the game without any fatigue. How can you win this? Although you can do some scene settings in advance, when triggered in some specific scenes, she will be defeated and beg for mercy to show that she has been conquered by the owner. But as the owner, you also know that it is fake. It is impossible for a robot to be invincible, but it is impossible for human power to do it. But there is no doubt that this little flaw is definitely not a flaw, at least from the perspective of Xiao Yu's personal practical evaluation. He believes that this defect can be relatively ignored, and it can't even be considered a defect. But to be honest, most people really can't hold it. This product of Vita's industry is simply the best. Xiao Yu also did not exceed 40 minutes at most. According to the timing of the robot beauty, the specific time is 39 minutes and 8 seconds. At this moment, the bionic robot beauty housekeeper is already giving Xiao Yu spa treatment services, and the technique is also extremely professional and top level, because there is a large amount of data analysis support to get the relatively optimal solution. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart and said, "This bionic humanoid robot product of Vita's Industrial is really nothing to say, it is really too comprehensive and versatile. This product of Vita's Industrial Group provides physiological functional services as just one of them. It can perfectly perform the duties of secretary, housekeeper, assistant, etc. It can be a service provider to provide services to the owner, and it can also be a productivity tool to assist the owner in office work, and it is highly professional. Obviously, this is the core selling point of this bionic robot product, and it is also what the rich need. If it is released on the earth, even if it sells for 2 or 3 million, it will definitely sell out. This is not a product that the rich can't use it, and the poor can't afford it. You should know that hiring a professional top-level housekeeper requires an annual salary of 1 million yuan, and such a bionic robot can do more than just being a housekeeper. If there is such a product, the rich people on Earth will buy it, and most of them will place an order. If this robot product under Vita's Industrial Group is brought to Earth, it will definitely shock the world." After a while, the beautiful bionic robot who was giving Xiao Yu a massage suddenly said, "Master, Ms. Yanlingjin sent you a communication request. Do you want to connect? I'll transfer the audio here." "There's no need to transmit the picture to her," Xiao Yu said so. He was having a spa at the moment. He was naked and covered in essential oils. It was not appropriate to start a video connection. "Okay," the beautiful bionic robot responded, and then called up a display panel to connect Yanlingjin's communication request. Yanlingjin's real-time video screen was presented in front of Xiao Yu, but she couldn't see Xiao Yu's picture, and could only hear the sound of audio communication. "Boss Xiao, I have contacted Liu Shiji as you ordered," Yanlingjin said in the picture. She didn't know what Xiao Yu was doing at the moment, why he didn't show the picture, but it was not a big problem. Xiao Yu, who was already in a sage state, glanced at the beautiful assistant in the display image and said concisely, "What do you say?" Yanlingjin quickly replied, "Liu Shiji only does fresh fruit business. He doesn't plan to collect synthetic starch, but he said he has a nephew. The trading company where his nephew works has a great demand for synthetic starch. Not only is the demand large but it is also stable." This statement was obviously fabricated. In fact, she was purchasing food and supplies for the Red Tide organization where she was, but this company did exist, and the founder of the company, his other identity is a member of the Red Tide organization. His task is to make money and then secretly transport various supplies to the organization. Yanlingjin was worried that Xiao Yu would be suspicious, so she didn't let Liu Shiji come out to purchase in large quantities. After all, in Xiao Yu's impression, Boss Liu's public identity was just the owner of a high-end fruit store in Qingyang town, with a net worth of several million at most. Suddenly being able to afford food supplies worth hundreds of millions of yuan obviously conflicted with Xiao Yu's impression of Boss Liu. So he fabricated a nephew, and then this nephew worked in a large company, and then this large company had a large business demand for purchasing synthetic starch. However, these things didn't matter to Xiao Yu. He didn't care who he sold it to. He originally intended to find an opportunity to contact the Red Tide organization in the future. It would be much easier if Yanlingjin was honest, but she obviously didn't dare to. After all, she didn't know Xiao Yu's position. Yanlingjin in the video added, "He said he has contacted his nephew, and his nephew has reported that his company does have the intention to cooperate." Hearing this, Xiao Yu glanced at the beautiful assistant in the video, retracted his gaze and said lazily, "Then let's talk." "Okay, President Xiao, I understand. Yan Lingjun was secretly delighted when he heard that he agreed directly, and immediately asked, then I will arrange for you to meet with this big customer in the afternoon to discuss cooperation matters. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Yu said casually, I won't show up. You take people to arrange to talk to them. After the deal is settled, find General Manager Luo to sign. When it's done, you can report to me. Xiao Yu was really exhausted after such a tossing. He just wanted to have a good rest and get back to his state. He really didn't have a drop of spicy left. Yan Lingjun was overjoyed when he heard it. This was naturally the best. He said a few words to Xiao Yu and ended the communication and went to arrange this matter. Chapter 66, General Artificial Intelligence. The next day, Yan Lingjun came to Xiao Yu's private residence to report to him. You mean, 1,500 tons is not enough for them? Xiao Yu looked at Yan Lingjun in surprise, and she nodded. That's right, they are a large company doing cross-border trade, and their business is all over the world. Xiao Yu retracted his gaze and looked at the information of the display panel customer company. This was the material report brought by Yan Lingjun. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Yan Lingjun couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. In fact, she was quite worried that Xiao Yu would not sell all to this company. This time she reported a demand of 5,000 tons, which means that Prism Company sold all 1,500 tons of synthetic starch to this company, and the company could still take another 3,500 tons. In that case, then sell them all. Xiao Yu turned off the display panel with a big hand, and then looked at the beautiful assistant and added, but you can't hold back the payment. The customer promised to settle the funds on the day of delivery, Yan Lingjun said with a smile, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief and was very happy, because this time with a mission, not only did he obtain a new food supply channel for the organization, but it also exceeded expectations by a large margin. Xiao Yu immediately ordered, as soon as the funds arrive, pay the seller of graphene as soon as possible. I don't like others to delay payment, nor do I like to delay other people's payment. Yan Lingjun nodded and nodded lightly. Well, I know. 2 days later, 2,000 tons of graphene materials of different qualities were successfully delivered and stored in the warehouse designated by Xiao Yu. He also went to check it out in person to confirm that there was no problem with the batch of goods. Now Xiao Yu was relieved, and the goods on Earth were guaranteed for the next year. Things on Blue Star have come to an end, and Xiao Yu has returned to Earth. However, he has not brought this batch of graphene materials back to Earth for the time being, but has placed them on Blue Star first. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Xiao Yu has to do one thing next, which is to give intelligence to the warehouse on Earth. Although it is possible to order that no one can enter the warehouse without permission, Xiao Yu is still worried. It is not ruled out that someone may be bribed and sneak into the warehouse secretly. If it is found that 2,000 tons of graphene have been placed in advance, Lingjun Technology claims that there are not so many in the production department. How to explain the 2,000 tons of output? Compared with people, Xiao Yu trusts the AI he wrote more. His strategy is also very simple. It is equivalent to putting smart locks on the entrances and exits of the warehouse. Xiao Yu has the authority himself, and no one can open it without his permission. Violent breaking will directly lock it. There is a backup power system inside the warehouse, and power outages will not work. In addition, a self-defense mechanism must be established. Once someone breaks into the house violently, the materials stored in the warehouse can be destroyed to ensure that outsiders will not find anything that goes against common sense and cannot be explained. In the future, there will definitely be more and more advanced black technology products brought from Blue Star to Earth, and this one must be foolproof. Graphene material is the first material product that Xiao Yu brought from Blue Star, and the second item is AI intelligent body. It is not only to ensure the warehouse and control the key in Xiao Yu's own hands, but also to try to achieve intelligent unmanned production when establishing production lines for other black technology products in the future. No one will interfere with production, and potential risks can be minimized. At the same time, the application of AI is also very extensive. First, the software-level AI intelligent body is rolled out on Earth, and it is also to pave the way for Vita's Industrial Group's advanced bionic robot hardware technology to be brought to Earth. When Xiao Yu was writing the AI intelligent body in the Blue Star world, he had already considered bringing the AI intelligent body to Earth. This is also an important factor that cannot be compared with a native AI intelligent body of Blue Star, because Xiao Yu has to consider whether this AI intelligent body can be driven by the existing hardware level on Earth, which is equivalent to being forced to ride a dog. Lin's house city, underground garage of villa residence. Xiao Yu stayed here alone. In front of him were some devices brought from the Blue Star world. On the table was a smart holographic bracelet, which was turned on, and a holographic panel was displayed on the area above the bracelet. There were several computer hosts and display screens on the earth next to him, and they were connected to the server of Lingjing Technology. Xiao Yu used high-level permissions to call the company's server resources. At this moment, a progress bar was displayed on the holographic panel. The progress had reached 72.22% and was constantly rising. Xiao Yu waited patiently on the side. He was downloading the AI agent he wrote on Blue Star. It took some effort to transcode and adapt. The Blue Star world was already in the era of quantum computing, but the computers on Earth were still based on the von Neumann architecture, which was already an antique in the Blue Star world. However, Xiao Yu was not worried about compatibility issues. When he wrote the algorithm for the AI agent, he took this issue into consideration to ensure that the existing computing architecture on Earth could operate normally. As time passed by, after waiting for more than half an hour, the progress bar finally reached 100% completion. Xiao Yu turned off the holographic panel of the holographic bracelet, looked at the display made on the earth next to him, and quickly typed on the keyboard. Finally, he hit the space bar and looked at a display next to him, which showed that it was initializing. It took a long time to wait again. Xiao Yu, who was used to the advanced electronic products of Blue Star, was still a little uncomfortable at this moment. It was like being used to 8K quality, and suddenly watching 480p quality. It felt like watching a mess. But there was no way, just waiting. It seems that I still have to buy a supercomputer, and the data center and computing power center have to keep up, Xiao Yu muttered to himself while waiting, and then nodded secretly. The company's server resources were not useful at all. Especially the AI intelligent body development application allows the majority of users to download and use. As the user scale increases, the storage and computing power requirements will also explode. About an hour and a half later, the AI intelligent body was initialized. Startup completed. Adaptation completed. Xiao Yu was very excited and immediately conducted a lot of tests. He finally confirmed that the hardware environment on Earth can make this AI agent compatible and run, but the response is much slower, which is not a big problem. It is still better than all AI companies in the world when it is placed on Earth. Xiao Yu's AI agent does not need to iterate on Earth at all, because it is too slow and the computing resources here are not good enough. To iterate, just pack the data and go directly to Blue Star, where there is a super quantum computer. After it is done, it can be directly updated on Earth. The application scenarios of artificial intelligence AI are extremely broad. Xiao Yu thought for a long time and decided to develop a smart assistant for mobile phones and PCs based on this AI agent. This AI assistant can assist users in managing various smart devices and applications, and users should not be too complicated when using it. The simpler the better. It can assist users in making decisions through simple ways, such as text chat window conversation or voice interaction. Simply speaking, just move your mouth. With this AI assistant, people can free their hands. The simpler it is to use, the lower the learning cost, and the higher the technical content, because this requires AI to accurately understand human language and respond. At present, the native AI technology on Earth cannot do this, but the AI agent written by Xiao Yu has no problem at all. It is a weak version on Blue Star, but if it is placed on Earth, it will be a general artificial intelligence that is 10 years ahead. Chapter 67, Promoting the First Application of AI Intelligent Body. The next day, at the headquarters of Lingjing Technology, entering the fields of AI and virtual reality, and also researching holographic imaging technology, Su Changming, who took over as CEO, was somewhat surprised to hear Xiao Yu's decision. He was discussing this matter in Xiao Yu's office at the moment. Xiao Yu sat on the sofa and looked at Su Changming. The wave of artificial intelligence has already arrived. In the foreseeable future, it will surely accelerate into thousands of industries, empower hundreds of industries, and reshape thousands of industries. It will help power engineers to repair circuits, help fire brigades to carry out fire inspections, and even help scientists to assist in scientific research. It will surely become an efficiency multiplier and a new engine for development in many industries. While saying this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but recall what he saw and heard in the Blue Star world. It was a world where artificial intelligence was very advanced. For example, the bionic humanoid robots of Vita's industrial group were no different from humans, except that they were not human. Even, an important factor that made the Red Tide organization's revolutionary road extremely difficult on the Blue Star side was that the Kingdom of Heaven had a huge AI intelligent machine army. The Red Tide's warriors were almost fighting the armed intelligent machine army of the Kingdom of Heaven with flesh and blood. If the Red Tide army had not also seized an armed intelligent equipment, the human warriors who relied solely on flesh and blood to fight against armed robots would have been exhausted long ago. Even if one person replaced 10 armed intelligent combat units on the battlefield, such a loss ratio would still be a blood loss for the Red Tide army. As long as the energy production of the Kingdom of Heaven continued, it would be endless, and the human warriors of the Red Tide army would be reduced by 1. At this moment, Su Changming said, "That's true, but this is not the specialty of my company." Lingjing Technology started out as a precision component manufacturer, and then gradually expanded to semiconductor displays, new materials, micro-nano-optical devices, robots and automation equipment. In fact, the company has already invested in the direction of robots, but it has not become the company's core business, and the investment is not much, and it is hardware. Old Su, you underestimate me. I am an all-round player, and I am also a good player in AI, Xiao Yu said with a smile. His confident side was undoubtedly revealed. He suddenly stood up and took the tablet computer on the desk. Xiao Yu handed it to Su Changming and said with a smile, "This is a semi-finished product that I have developed. I have already thought of the first application scenario, a universal AI assistant across devices." Next, Xiao Yu briefly introduced it to Su Changming and told him how to use this AI. Su Changming gradually became more and more shocked, even incredible. To put it simply, this tablet computer seemed to be endowed with a soul or a virtual AI assistant inside. Finally, Xiao Yu crossed his legs and looked at Su Changming with a smile. "How is it? Old Su, do you think it's going to work?" Su Changming put down the tablet and said without hesitation, "I have no objection. Even if you go all in on AI, I have no objection. I will definitely support your decision." Xiao Yu immediately made a decision. Okay. It's settled on the development of new business. The company plans to invest 30 billion yuan to purchase a large amount of storage and computing resources as soon as possible. The company will purchase a supercomputer. If the budget is not enough, we can add more. Su Changming nodded and said, "No problem." If Xiao Yu insisted on pushing forward before, he would also support it but would reserve his personal opinion, but now he will not reserve his personal opinion and will directly support it with all his strength. In the afternoon, the company's board of directors passed the resolution to develop new business and announced it in the evening. Lingjing Technology plans to invest a huge budget of 30 billion to enter the 3 major fields of AI, virtual reality technology and holographic imaging technology research and application. At the same time, the company has further expanded its staff recruitment on a large scale. At present, the total number of employees of the company has expanded to 3,200, which has more than doubled compared with half a year ago, and more than 80% of them are technical talents in the field. The company is not short of money now. Previously, it signed orders with major downstream manufacturers, and the goods have not been delivered, but many customers have paid for the goods in advance. There is no one who wants to hold back the payment, because those who want to hold back the payment cannot sign the order at all. Lingjing Technology does not cooperate with such manufacturers at all. In the case of a completely seller-oriented market, buyers have no bargaining power. At this time, it must be said that the military played a big role. If there were no military procurement, those manufacturers would not dare to pay in advance. What if Lingjing Technology runs away with the money? Would you be dumbfounded? But knowing that the military has come to you to place orders and purchase, it can play a strong endorsement role to a large extent. Others will not worry that you will run away with the money and can rest assured to pay the money. However, after the announcement of Lingjing Technology was released, the capital market was shocked. The market positions Xiao Yu's company as a new material enterprise. Entering into AI, virtual reality and other fields is considered by investors to be entering an unfamiliar field. The key is that the investment is frighteningly large, with an astronomical figure of 30 billion yuan in investment budget. With such a large investment, if it goes down the drain, it will be a real loss. In addition, Lingjing Technology is still engaged in food processing and grain trade, and even wants to engage in supermarkets. Investors originally thought it didn't matter. When food processing, grain trade and supermarkets are money-losing goods, as long as the main business of graphene business has enough profit, the loss of money can be covered by the high profit of the main business, and it is not a big problem. But now it has invested hundreds of billions of yuan to venture into an unfamiliar field. If it loses, it will not be a small amount. If the company loses all the money earned by the main business, what will it use to support the company's current market value of 350 billion? Some investors are worried that the annual report performance will not meet expectations, so they choose to sell stocks to avoid risks. As a result, the stock price running at a high level began to weaken. It was originally going to hit a new high, but in the end, it made an M-head double top because of this news. However, the fluctuation of stock price trend will not affect the company's development decision. Xiao Yu does not care about the company's stock price now. He has absolute control over the company and will not sell his own stocks in the secondary market. The rise and fall of stock price has no effect on the development of the company. In the following days, Xiao Yu actively promoted the first application of AI intelligent body on this side of the earth, and the operation of the company was handed over to Su Changming. Xiao Yu personally led the recruited technical talents to form a development team, and began to develop mobile app applications and PC client applications for AI intelligent body. Our AI assistant development process has reached 70% completion. The first version must be launched in March next year at the latest and open to users. Time is still very tight. Xiao Yu looked around at the members of the development team. The AI agent should have 4 basic capabilities, Xiao Yu said methodically: understanding of natural semantics and computer vision, cross-application and cross-device operations within applications, learning of user behavior habits and scene environment perception, and intention recognition and decision-making capabilities. Xiao Yu continued, with these 4 basic capabilities, our AI agent is already far ahead of the industry and the world. But our goal is not to stop there. Before the first official version is launched for users, further optimization and improvement are still needed. Chapter 68, Reorganization completed, shareholding ratio increased significantly. Xiao Yu said a few simple words without much nonsense, and started to distribute tasks to each development team. Half an hour later, he came to one of the development teams, which was responsible for the app application on the Android phone. Xiao Yu picked up a mobile phone, which had already installed the beta version of the AI assistant application. Xiao Jing, help me check which applications on my phone are automatically deducting fees. Xiao Yu immediately took the phone to start voice education. At present, this AI assistant is temporarily named Xiao Jing. After a while, AI Xiao Jing responded and a window popped up. All the automatic renewal items in this phone are listed, such as the renewal items of video application software, such as Yoku and Akitai are listed one by one. At this time, these renewal items can be cancelled one by one, or in batches. Xiao Yu turned to the person in charge of the development team and said, in the entire workflow, the AI agent's authority needs to be granted by the user, and the user can take over the agent at any time to perform the next operation. For example, when it comes to important decisions such as canceling automatic renewal, the AI agent returns the decision-making power to the user and allows the user to confirm manually. At this point, Xiao Yu added, of course, if the user does not want to confirm manually, he can also further authorize the AI agent, but when the agent makes important decisions, it must be confirmed by the user. What Xiao Yu just tested was the experience of the AI agent assisting users to terminate automatic renewal. On the one hand, this is indeed a pain point for many users. On the other hand, the function of terminating automatic renewal is hidden deep in the various automatic renewal app software. At present, few AI products of other companies can enter the second-level page. However, AI Xiao Jing can easily dig out the renewal items of major apps. No matter how many levels of pages they are hidden, they can be presented to users in the most intuitive way. This is just a very common ability of AI Xiao Jing. In the next few months, Xiao Yu led the team into intensive development work. The core technical aspects have been completed in the Blue Star world. The Earth side mainly adapts to the client side. Android, iOS, and PC are all online. In the future, if Huawei's Hongmeng operating system comes out, it will also follow up to develop the Hongmeng application side. Xiao Yu did not intend to make this AI intelligent body exclusive to a certain mobile phone brand, but to develop an independent app application by himself, as a separate platform. which can be downloaded, installed and used by all mobile phone brands, including PC clients. However, there are still requirements for the performance of mobile phones. Mobile phones with too low configurations respond slowly, and may not be as efficient as manual operations. The experience of high-end flagship phones is definitely better. The higher the hardware configuration, the faster the response speed. In other words, the PC side is definitely better than the mobile side. With the current technological level of the Earth, no matter how powerful the quad-core performance of the mobile phone is, it cannot compare with the entry-level quad-core of the computer. The biggest advantage of AI Xiao is that it is simple and efficient. On the mobile phone side, users can free their hands and let AI Xiao assist in completing various operations and decisions directly through voice interaction. For example, the renewal projects of other application software are hidden very deeply, and ordinary users can't find them no matter how hard they try. AI Xiao can perfectly solve this pain point of users. For example, some files are hidden in unknown locations, and users either cannot find them or spend a lot of time turning their phones upside down. However, AI Xiao can solve this problem perfectly. Users only need to speak, and the rest can be left to Xiao. On PCs, AI Xiao is also an excellent assistant. For example, if you want to know what unknown applications are running in the background of your computer, or what applications have been installed recently, you can ask AI Xiao. For example, the pain point of the evil pop-up ads will be perfectly solved. As long as the computer has AI Xiao installed, it will not appear inexplicably on the computer to spread the bird wallpaper. In short, just ask Xiao if you have any questions, and leave the rest to Xiao. These are also some of the abilities of AI Xiao. She can do more than just these. There are also a series of functions such as intelligent question and answer, AI meeting minutes, AI voice to text, and so on. In terms of scene environment perception, when users are watching videos or talking to others, if the other party uses AI face-changing technology, Xiao can extract the eyes, light, and picture clarity of the characters in the video frame by frame, and identify flaws that cannot be found by the human eye. When it is found that the other party has changed their face with AI, Xiao will issue a risk reminder to the user. Lingjing Technology's way of showing AI is to directly show users various new scenes, which is undoubtedly more radical than other AI peers. This is too normal, because Xiao Yu is backed by the technological support of the entire Blue Star in a sense, and there is no doubt that he is absolutely confident in leading his opponents on the Earth. While Xiao Yu is leading the team to develop AI assistants, he is also working on the establishment of an intelligent warehousing center. The delivery date of the first batch of military supplies is approaching, and this must be done, and nothing can go wrong. At the same time, Su Chengming is also implementing Xiao Yu's decision. The company's purchase of supercomputers has long been on the agenda, including spending huge sums of money to purchase a large amount of storage and computing resources to pave the way for the official launch of AI Xiao. Time enters the new year of 2022, Wednesday, February 9th. Lingjing Technology Headquarters. At this moment, Yun Shu was reporting to Xiao Yu in his office on the progress of the company's work. The new storage center you requested is now ready for use. The second round of salary increases for all employees of the company has also been completed, and the merger and reorganization with Linghan New Materials has also been fully implemented. The company has applied to remove the street risk warning. After more than half a year of restructuring, the two companies finally successfully completed the merger and reorganization. Xiao Yu's shareholding ratio in the parent company Lingjing Technology has also risen sharply. The 34.56% equity before the reorganization has increased to 51.03% of the total share capital after the reorganization. After the reorganization, Xiao Yu himself holds half of the equity interests in Lingjing Technology, and the other half is divided among his trusted team members and external investors, thus forming a community of interests. At present, Lingjing Technology is still in the street status. Once the exchange approves the application and removes the street risk warning, it will no longer have to bear the St. Lingjing. Yun Shu, who was sitting next to him, continued, the company's annual report audit may be delayed until the end of April. It's mainly my problem. I'm in charge of the financial department, and there are some problems with efficiency. It doesn't matter, you've done a good job, just take your time. Xiao Yu smiled and looked at the beautiful assistant, paused and suddenly said with concern, don't put too much pressure on yourself, the pace of work can be appropriately slowed down, you don't have to do everything yourself, Just let your assistant handle some small things." Seeing that he cared so much about her, Yunshu couldn't help but feel happy secretly, and smiled at Xiao Yu. "It's okay, it's just that I'm not used to a new job yet, it takes some time to adapt." After the little episode, Yunshu talked about business again. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. The military will come to pick up the first batch of goods in a week." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. "Well, then prepare to deliver the first batch of products." After get off work, Xiao Yu returned to his villa residence, and when he arrived at the underground warehouse, he opened the teleportation star gate to the Blue Star world. The intelligent storage center on the Earth has been settled, and we can go to Blue Star to bring graphene back to Earth. Xiao Yu was teleported directly to the warehouse where graphene was stored in Fenquin City on Blue Star. Then he opened the teleportation star gate to connect to the inside of the smart storage center on Earth, and then asked the smart robot to transfer the goods to Earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Outsiders' Curiosity and Expectations about AI Xia Edging. After the goods were properly placed, Xiao Yu crossed the teleportation star gate to Blue Star, and then opened the teleportation star gate again to return to the underground warehouse of his villa on Earth. Next, just wait for the military to come, and then arrange the normal delivery. After handling this matter, Xiao Yu continued to lead the team to promote the development of AI assistant Xia Edging, and the first official version was getting closer and closer to the launch date. As time went by, in mid to late February, Lingjing Technology stock price bottomed out at 274.92 yuan, and then ushered in a relatively strong rebound, which lasted until early March. The company's stock price rebounded to 384.92 yuan at its highest. This rebound has accumulated a plus 40% increase. The stock price rebound is the company's expectation of removing the hat. On Wednesday, March 2nd, the company officially removed the hat and revoked the street, and the name was restored to Lingjing Technology. The expectation of removing the hat was fulfilled, and this round of rebound ended, and it entered a callback again. It was originally a normal callback, but it happened that the market index plummeted during this period and ushered in an accelerated sell-off. At the end of February, a major event happened internationally. Big Goose and Ermeo started fighting. The global capital market fell, and the A-share market ushered in a rapid plunge in March. By March 15th, the market index plummeted by 5 percentage points. Lingjing Technology also fell by minus 16.73% in the panic stampede that day, and the stock price fell back to 286.70 yuan, basically swallowing up the rebound. However, after the big drop, it rebounded quickly. The next 4 trading days ushered in a strong rebound. Lingjing Technology also rebounded by plus 8.32%, plus 5.94%, plus 4.86% and plus 8.75% in these 4 days, and the stock price rebounded to 375.18 yuan, corresponding to a market value of 325.656 billion. In the following week, the stock price of Lingjing Technology fluctuated widely in the range of 350 yuan to 400 yuan. The time came to Wednesday, March 30th. The development of AI Xia Edging has entered the final stage, and the launch time has been determined. In half a month, that is, on April 14th, the 1.0 version will be launched. The main thing is to wait for the storage and computing resources to be in place. This part is almost ready and can be completed in about 10 days. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Yu, who is in the company, logged into his personal Weibo account and prepared to announce the news to the public. The first official version of AI Xia Edging was launched. He did not plan to hold a grand press conference. After writing a Weibo post, Xiao Yu browsed it and confirmed that there were no problems and sent it out directly. In half a month, the AI assistant Xia Edging will officially meet with everyone. Without being modest, it will be a groundbreaking product in the field of artificial intelligence. It will give soul to mobile phones, tablets, and computers and free the hands of users. You only need to move your mouth to let Xia Edging help you do various things. What should we expect from AI? Or what kind of capabilities should AI have? AI Xia Edging will not only change the way everyone interacts with computers and mobile phones, We firmly believe that it will also change the software industry, leading us to the biggest revolution in the computer field, since we went from typing commands to clicking icons. Xiao Yu is definitely not an upgrade of the past voice assistants. It has been distinguished from the smart assistants of all previous platforms. The smart assistants in the past were more like efficiency improvement tools for different platforms. Xiao Yu is more like a cross-platform business and life partner. She can help you like a personal assistant supports executives. For example, if your friend has just had surgery, Xiao Yu may take the initiative to suggest that you send flowers and help you order them after you agree. If you want to meet with old classmates, Xiao Yu will discuss the meeting time with your old classmates Xiao Yu, and remind you before you arrive that their eldest child is already in college. For example, when you ask Xiao Yu to check which apps on your phone are automatically deducting fees, she can directly list all the automatically renewed items for you. She can find the ones you can find and the ones you can't find. You can cancel them one by one or in batches. If you are too lazy to click them yourself, you can also authorize Xiao Yu to help you cancel them. At the same time, you can take over Xiao Yu at any time to perform the next step. For important decisions, Xiao Yu will return the decision-making power to you if you do not grant Xiao Yu higher authority. We firmly believe that this kind of change brought about by AI will definitely take shape in the next 2 to 3 years. People will be willing to pay for AI, which means that companies have the motivation to let AI Xiao Yu work for you for a long time instead of serving advertisers. Xiao Yu's Weibo account now has more than 7 million followers, thanks to his previous lavish spending of 10 billion to compensate shareholders for losses, which instantly ushered in a great counterattack in word of mouth. It caused a huge sensation at the time, and the popularity was directly beyond the circle, which was very popular and won the favor of many passers-by. After he posted this Weibo, it soon caused quite a stir and attracted the attention of people from all walks of life. Everyone can see Xiao Yu's confidence in this product between the lines, and it can even be said that he is very crazy because the tone is too high. The first move is to give soul, and the first word is to lead the biggest revolution in the computer field from typing commands to clicking icons. Even those world-class technology giants dare not easily say such big words. However, Xiao Yu's description of the AI assistant Xiao Yu in Weibo also made the outside world quite curious and expectant. Whether it is really as he said, the answer will be revealed when the product goes online in half a month. As time goes by, the fermentation of this news pushed the stock price of Lingjing Technology up in the afternoon, because Xiao Yu's Weibo brought a new expectation to the company. Today, the market index also happened to rebound strongly, and the Chi Next index rose by more than 4 percentage points. The market software Tuanghushan also added artificial intelligence concept themes to Lingjing Technology. After the market closed, Lingjing Technology surged plus 9.66% to close at 432.00 yuan, with a daily turnover of 18.5 billion yuan. The stock price broke through the previous high of 421.23 yuan, and hit a record high of 437.80 yuan today. The company's market value also reached 374.976 billion yuan. However, in the next 2 trading days, Lingjing Technology stock price did not continue to rise after hitting a record high, but fell back by -6.81% and -6.73% respectively. The company's stock price failed to stabilize after hitting a record high. On the one hand, the market index weakened again, and on the other hand, investors felt that Xiao Yu's Weibo post was a bit unreliable. How long has Lingjing Technology entered the AI company? What kind of awesome products can it have? Elon Musk has invested in OpenAI for several years, and has not seen much improvement so far. It is impossible for Lingjing Technology to be better than OpenAI. Therefore, everyone thinks that Xiao Yu's Weibo post is very likely to be bragging. However, the company's stock price did not continue to fall. After 2 days of correction, it fluctuated sideways at a high level. On the one hand, the funds are waiting for the listing of AI assistant Xiao Yu. On the other hand, more importantly, everyone is waiting for the annual report of Lingjing Technology. It is now the beginning of April, and the annual report will be disclosed at the latest by the end of April. In comparison, investors in the capital market are more concerned about the annual report performance of Lingjing Technology, so the stock price began to fluctuate sideways, and everyone is waiting for the disclosure of the annual report performance. Chapter 70, officially launched. Users are shocked by their first experience. It is Thursday, April 14th. Xiao Yu, the AI assistant that is highly anticipated by industry insiders, the capital market and the majority of users, was officially launched today at 10 a.m. Many people rushed to experience it first to see if it is as good as Xiao Yu boasted. At this moment, a fan netizen who follows Xiao Yu's Weibo remembered this matter. He is also a stockholder and has bought Lingjing Technologies shares. He plans to hold value investment for a long time, so he is so concerned. After a while, he visited the official website of Lingjing Technology on his computer. The page was indeed updated today, and the homepage is the promotional interface of AI assistant Xiao Yu. Wow! Xiao Yu was actually designed with a virtual image? The image of this girl's portrait is very good. He was slightly surprised, and then clicked to enter the secondary download page, showing that it supports Android, iOS, Windows system and other versions. He did not download and install the Windows version client on his computer first, but took out his mobile phone to download the Xiao Yu app. The netizen's mobile phone was a Mate 40 Pro. He first opened the mobile app store and searched for the keyword Xiao Yu to see if he could download it directly in the app store. Sure enough, it can be downloaded directly from the app store, but he couldn't help but be stunned after taking a look. What the hell? The installation package actually requires 2.37 gigabytes of memory space. It's not common for a mobile phone app application, not a game, to take up such a large amount of memory. But it's not a big problem. The memory space of the phone he bought is still sufficient, so he decisively clicked to download and install. As the app was installed, he immediately opened the application. To use the AI assistant Xiao Yu, you must register an account. You can register with your mobile phone number with one click, and the account is also shared with a PC. This netizen stockholder quickly registered an account for himself. After successfully entering the app page, AI Xiao Yu then requested device authorization management from the user. You can authorize the applications in the mobile phone one by one, or in batches, and you can also authorize the hosting of the entire mobile phone with one click. This netizen stockholder chose one-click authorization hosting, and then entered a period of data capture, which is actually collecting data such as user usage habits. After waiting for a while, this link was finally completed, and then it can be used normally. Xiao Yu, help me order a cup of Luckin's Raw Coconut Latte on Meituan. He stared at the phone and started voice interaction to see how the experience was. After a while, Xiao Yu responded, "Okay, I'm placing an order for you. Do you want it iced or hot? Do you want it standard sweet, less sweet or slightly sweet?" The stock investor netizen was amazed. He just issued a voice command to Xiao Yu and saw that the phone automatically opened the Meituan food delivery app and then automatically searched for Luckin's Raw Coconut Latte. The default options were still the less sweet and iced ones he liked to order before, which was obviously the default option based on user habits. At the same time, Xiao Yu also asked the user to confirm again, returning the important decision-making power to the user unless a higher authorization level was obtained. "Less sweet, iced," he said so. Xiao Yu responded quickly and began to confirm the order. After a while, the page jumped to the payment option, and the decision-making power was returned to the user because he did not authorize Xiao Yu to do so. This important decision needs to be authorized and confirmed again. But at this time, he cancelled the order because he remembered that when he ordered the latte just now, he specifically said the food delivery app, the store name, and the category he wanted to order. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to try if he ordered food normally, without a specific store, and only told Xiao Yu what he wanted to eat roughly. Providing such vague information, how would she operate? "Xiao Yu, help me order a bowl of rice noodles," he looked at the phone and said immediately, and Xiao Yu responded quickly, "Okay, I'm placing an order for you." So, he saw that the phone automatically opened the takeaway software and searched for a cross-bridge rice noodle shop. He was surprised to find that this shop was also one he had ordered before, and then automatically ordered a bowl of rice noodles. The page jumped to the payment item, and this step required him to manually confirm and, "Xiao Yu, just pay for me, I don't want to move," he suddenly said, and after a while, Xiao Yu responded and initiated authorization permission to the user, which required manual confirmation. There is authorization only this time, and there is always authorization. As long as you confirm the always authorization, Xiao Yu will not ask for authorization confirmation every time in the future. This netizen stockholder confirmed the always authorization. Then, Xiao Yu can really place an order directly, automatically entered his payment password and placed the order successfully. The netizen was very surprised, and suddenly an idea came to him, so he said, "Xiao Jing, open my stock account and have a look." After a while, the mobile phone automatically opened the Tuanghushan stock trading software, and automatically logged into his stock account after obtaining authorization. He happened to hold a stock, Lingjing Technology, and was surprised to find that the stock had risen by nearly 10 percentage points at this moment, and the stock price rushed to 432.31 yuan, and it was very close to breaking through the 437.8 yuan record high. "Xiao Jing, add the stocks that hit the daily limit yesterday to my watch list." "Okay," Xiao Jing responded, and after waiting for a while, all the stocks that hit the daily limit yesterday were added to his watch list, which made him feel very surprised. "Oh my god. It's okay, I don't have to find them myself. With Xiao Jing's help, stock trading is so much more convenient. I wonder if you can help me set up conditional orders to buy and sell stocks." He thought for a moment, and then said, "Xiao Jing, if Lingjing Technology hits record high, buy a layer of warehouse for me. You must hide a record high before buying." "Okay," Xiao Jing responded. "Is it really possible?" Then he waited, but at this moment, the stock price of Lingjing Technology fluctuated near the previous high. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the selling pressure was almost released, and then the stock price began to rise, breaking through the price of 437.80 yuan in one fell swoop to hide a record high. At the moment when the stock price hit a new high, the instruction condition was triggered, and Xiao Jing immediately helped him buy a layer of warehouse. And it was much faster than him placing an order manually. "Fuck. It's really good, awesome, this is good, this is too good." He saw that the stock price had reached a new high, and he successfully bought a layer of positions automatically. At that time, the stock price of Lingjing Technology broke through the historical high and began to accelerate upward, and the increase quickly expanded to 15 percentage points. "Xiao Jing, help me sell the first layer of Lingjing Technology," he said immediately. "Okay," Xiao Jing responded and quickly helped him sell a layer of positions. The netizen was very excited. "It's great. With Xiao Jing's assistance, stock trading is much more convenient. This AI has a lot of things." He experienced it on his mobile phone and found that he could really free his hands. He only needed to move his mouth and say a few words, and the rest could be left to AI Xiao Jing. This level of intelligence greatly exceeded his expectations. What is the PC side like? He put his mobile phone aside and immediately downloaded the AI Xiao Jing client on his computer. As the client was downloaded and installed, he immediately started the client. The account was shared with a mobile phone, and he could log into the account directly. After he logged in, Xiao Jing's virtual girl image appeared on the computer desktop. This reminded him of the QQ pets he had played before, but the virtual image of Xiao Jing was very well made, and users could even interact with Xiao Jing. At this time, Xiao Jing on the computer desktop was walking around curiously, as if exploring an unfamiliar environment. She walked to the left side of the desktop, seemed to be curiously looking at the icons on the desktop, and then strolled to the right side of the desktop. Users can also turn off Xiao Jing's virtual image, and she will not appear on the desktop. Okay, that's awesome. This netizen found that the surprises brought to him by AI Xiao Jing continued to come one after another, and exceeded expectations in various ways. On the PC side, you can still interact with Xiao Jing by voice, or you can interact in the chat box in the form of text. His computer did not have a headset device, so he could only interact with Xiao Jing by text chat. But he was soon surprised again to find that Xiao Jing prompted him in the chat box that he could interact across device platforms. If the computer cannot interact with voice, you can enter the computer management mode through the mobile phone. Users can send voice commands to Xiao Jing on the mobile phone, and vice versa. You can also host the mobile device through the computer. He tried voice interaction with his mobile phone, and the PC side could respond. He immediately exclaimed, "Wow! Xiao Jing's ability is too strong. This will definitely become the best seller of the year. It would be unfair if it doesn't become popular." Chapter 71 quickly becomes popular. This netizen was extremely shocked at the moment. He never thought that AI Xiao Jing would be so powerful. Xiao Jing, help me check if the computer has bird wallpaper installed." At this time, he suddenly said this, because he remembered that he had installed 360 security guard on his computer. After a while, there was a response from the PC. He looked closely and was instantly confused. Oh, what the hell? I just asked casually, there is really a bird wallpaper on my computer? Fuck, then he said without hesitation, Xiao, help me uninstall this abominable bird wallpaper, and don't allow it to install automatically in the future. I don't want to see it appear on my computer. Xiao then responded, okay, uninstalling the bird wallpaper. Uninstallation completed, the computer automatically opened some pages and successfully found the path to the bird wallpaper, and then successfully uninstalled it, and all the residual data files were cleared. Then, the netizen stockholder said, Xiao, help me close all the pop-up ads of 360, and close all the pop-up ads in other computers. Xiao quickly responded, okay, it's being processed. The netizen stockholder couldn't help but lean back in his chair. Oh, it feels good. This AI is really useful. Xiao, help me clean up the junk files in the computer. Clean up all the junk files in the C drive. After a while, Xiao responded again and executed his instructions. The junk files, cache, system update logs, installation packages and other garbage in the computer were all cleaned up, and the C drive was also cleaned up and 27 GB of space was released. Then, Xiao returned the decision-making power to the user for some important files such as photos. Next, he tried a variety of different scenarios. For example, if you want to watch a movie, just tell Xiao directly, and then she will open the video website on the computer, automatically retrieve the movie name, and then play the movie. The netizen stockholder can achieve it by just touching the mouse and keyboard. If the sound is too quiet or too loud, tell Xiao and she will help adjust the volume. If there are too many comments on the video, tell Xiao and she will help reduce them. If you don't like comments, tell Xiao and she will turn them off directly. You don't even need to type if you want to send comments or communicate with others. You can just use voice interaction to tell Xiao, and Xiao will generate text through voice, but will not send the comments or comments immediately. The user needs to confirm again, so that the user can see whether the generated text content is what he wants to express. This AI is really invincible. Xiao Yu, who invented it, is really a genius. It turns out that the Weibo he posted was not only not bragging, but also too damn conservative. If you download Xiao on your computer or mobile phone, it is like having a life and soul. The retail investor was shocked. At this moment, he quickly opened the stock software and took a look at the share price of Lingjing Technology. He immediately slapped his thigh and said, fuck. I should have gone all in if I had known not to sell. At that time, the share price of Lingjing Technology had risen by plus 20.00% and hit the daily limit. The share price soared to a historical high of 471.97 yuan, and the market value exceeded the 400 billion mark for the first time, reaching 4,096.69 yuan. Lingjing Technology officially launched the 1.0 version of AI Xiao today. It has not caused much sensation at the moment, but everyone who experienced it for the first time was shocked, even extremely shocked. Xiao Yu told the world what AI should look like and what kind of capabilities AI should have. The people who experienced it were not just ordinary users, but also industry insiders and investors. In particular, investors reacted very quickly. After the first experience, they were shocked and decisively increased their holdings in Lingjing Technology. The company's stock price was strongly capped and hit the daily limit, easily setting a historical high. Xiao was the first to cause a huge sensation in the industry about 2 hours after it went online. After downloading and trying it out, many AI professionals were amazed. The AI mirrors powerful capabilities and high level of intelligence overturn their perceptions. Some senior professionals in the industry were dumbfounded and even a little autistic. How long has Lingjing Technology entered the AI field? It has launched such an outstanding and powerful AI application. Many senior professionals who have been working in the AI field for many years feel a huge sense of frustration. I wanted to see Lingjing Technology make a fool of itself, but it turned out to be a joke. The clown turned out to be me. Mr. Xiang, you are really good at judging people. Xiao Yu is a rare technical genius. At this time, Xiang Chongguang's subordinates at the Rulian Group headquarters said to him with admiration, and then he added, as far as I know, many senior people in the AI industry are now in a state of panic, and they all look incredible. Some people assert that the AI assistant launched by Lingjing Technology is at least 10 or even 15 years ahead of the world. He continued, many people in the industry are calling it incredible, and they are amazed at how Xiao Yu did it. Many senior people in the industry who are studying AI are indeed dumbfounded. ChatGPT, which is being developed by OpenAI abroad, has not achieved much so far. How can the intelligent body of Lingjing Technologies AI Xiaojing be so advanced? According to their understanding of the development of AI, Lingjing Technologies AI Xiaojing is simply black technology, and they can't even infer what algorithm logic or technology it uses. Xiang Chongguang smiled calmly and said, I can only say that only extraordinary people can do extraordinary things, that is, geniuses. This time I really bet on the right horse. I don't know how much surprise this young man will bring me. It's really exciting. In fact, when Xiang Chongguang learned last year that Xiao Yu had invested 30 billion yuan to enter the fields of AI, virtual reality and so-called holographic projection, he was shocked. He was worried that Xiao Yu would make so much money from the graphene business that he would not be able to pay for his losses. Moreover, Xiang Chongguang also went against the public opinion and let Rulian borrow 10 billion yuan from Xiao Yu without any additional conditions. Speaking of which, when Xiao Yu invested 30 billion yuan to develop new businesses, Xiang Chongguang actually wanted to stop it. However, on the one hand, Rulian had no say and could not actually interfere with the operational decisions of Lingjing Technology. On the other hand, he had already promised to only make strategic financial investments. Therefore, Xiang Chongguang could only keep silent. He was thinking that after Xiao Yu failed, he would talk to him and advise him to stick to his old profession of new materials and precision manufacturing, and not to cross over so much. Don't always be so abstract, otherwise the main business will not be able to withstand your waste no matter how much money you make. But Xiao Yu did not fail, and he produced results so quickly, which shocked the industry. On the second day, AI Xiaojing finally became popular. The product was so amazing that Lingjing Technology did not do much marketing and promotion, and it became popular directly by relying on users to spread it among each other. Now on video websites such as Bilibili, a large number of videos related to AI Xiaojing have appeared today. Basically, users share their experience of downloading AI Xiaojing, and many functions have been discovered and shared by users. Novice users say that AI Xiaojing is so easy to use. Downloading an AI Xiaojing on mobile phones, computers and other devices can easily solve the annoying pop-up ads. Some novice users don't know how to turn off ad notifications, because these things are often hidden very deep, and it is not easy to find them. Many times, their blood pressure soars. But with the help of AI Xiaojing, you only need to move your mouth to talk to Xiaojing, and leave the rest to Xiaojing. This is a great blessing for novice users. During video calls, you can also identify whether the other party has used AI face-changing technology. If AI face-changing is used, Xiaojing will also issue a risk warning. Devices that log into the same account can also realize information notifications, file copying, office relay, device hosting and other functions. In addition, you can realize seamless cross-device interconnection from mobile phones to PCs and from PCs to tablets without multiple jumps in complex operations. You only need to tell Xiaojing to complete it. While all the major mobile phone manufacturers were shocked, they also secretly sweated. Fortunately, Lingjing Technology makes AI Xiaojing a universal platform that can be downloaded on all mobile phones, rather than being an exclusive application for a certain mobile phone. Otherwise, other mobile phone brands will be at a huge disadvantage. Since all mobile phones can use it, everyone is at least on par. Chapter 72, Remarks on the Release. December 1st, which is tonight in the early hours of the morning. It will be released with a burst of 10,000 words. I really want to release it, but I don't have enough stock to make a bold statement. I saved up 100 or 200 chapters in advance for the 2 books before, and then I failed. I've already PDST, covering my face and grind JPG. I even suddenly feel that writing a book is harder than stock trading. In October, I achieved a double return within the month in the A-share market, creating the best monthly and annual return since I entered the market. In November, the market was difficult, but I still gained nearly 20 points. It's strange to say that the books with better results were all written without saving any drafts, especially the best book Rebirth of a Financial Giant, which didn't even have an outline. I just created a new folder and closed my eyes and wrote it directly, and then I wrote the best book in my writing career. On the contrary, the books that saved up in advance failed so badly that even my mother couldn't recognize them. The more I saved, the worse the failure. It's really hard to hold on. I didn't believe it at first, But now I'm honest. So this book was published after 30 chapters, and then something magical happened. It was actually much better than the 2 previous books that failed miserably. Doesn't that mean that if I didn't have 30 chapters left and just rushed in after writing the first chapter, the results would have doubled or even been better? Oh my thighs are swollen and hot. If I had known that there would be no chapter left, I would have just rushed in. In this situation, how can I believe in science? How can I not believe in metaphysics? But strictly speaking, the performance of this book can only be considered average, neither high nor low. Let's see if Sanjiang can reach a higher level next week, like a stock, and reverse its predicament and take off with a wave of main upward waves. The 2 previous books failed so badly that I lost confidence, so the expectations for this book were not high at the beginning, but now it has exceeded expectations a little. It really proves the saying, it's already at the bottom, no matter how you go, it's upward, so go all in. Is going all in really a kind of wisdom? Covering my face and laughing and crying JPG, I won't be silly anymore, let's talk about this new book. Many readers saw the setting of the worldview of Blue Star, especially the setting that Blue Star's technology is so advanced but food is scarce and expensive, which they think is very illogical. I wanted to lay a foreshadowing and then slowly unfold it, so that everyone can see the complete worldview of the Blue Star world. But soon I found out that it's not that the great author doesn't have a loyal fan base. It's easy to play it this way and GG. In this fast-paced era, everyone rides a donkey to look for a horse, and even slaughters the donkey before finding the shadow of the horse. In this era, the author doesn't dare to be stubborn. I laid a foreshadowing and left a suspense. I quickly changed the introduction and the first chapter, trying my best to keep up with and adapt to the current market environment. At the beginning, I thought of throwing out such a setting, thinking that readers would guess why Blue Star's technology is so advanced but food is still scarce. What caused this abnormal phenomenon? I thought readers would think this way. But some people saw it and directly concluded, logic is reduced. The author was dumbfounded, his brain CPU was smoking, and he was like a duck in bamboo. Even with the current level of technological productivity on Earth, the food supply for the global population can be met, but there are still 700 million to 800 million people facing famine abroad. I don't know why. But how come in the fictional Blue Star world, such a setting is an illogical and degrading operation? Is it impossible to achieve, or can it be achieved, but people don't want to? This is the key. The Blue Star world can artificially create food scarcity precisely because of its advanced technology. It achieves reproductive isolation at the genetic level and locks the breeding capacity. The fruits, vegetables and poultry bought from the market can only be bred to this generation and have no breeding capacity. If there is no advanced technology, it will not be able to prevent people from planting and breeding privately, and it will not be possible to achieve a true absolute monopoly, and it will not be possible to create food scarcity. In fact, hunger can bring people the most primitive fear, so the ruling elites of the Blue Star world choose to start with food. Then won't the humans of the Blue Star world rise up to resist? Yes, the article has already introduced a resistance force. Some people may wonder why the ruling elites of the Blue Star world do this. The revised Chapter 1 and Chapter 33 have given some answers, so I won't go into details here. Some people may wonder why the technology is so powerful, why not expand to the universe to increase the value, but instead fight hard to roll inward on the blue planet? If you look at it from the perspective of the vested interests, the answer will be completely opposite. From the perspective of the vested interests, he has no motivation to increase the value outward, because this will threaten his interests. To increase the value of the universe means that someone will definitely seize the opportunity to truly change his fate, and there will be a rise of new nobles. The new forces will challenge the old forces or even replace them. Even if the new forces don't want to, in the eyes of the old forces, the new forces actually have the ability to challenge them. A step back, after the rise of the new forces, they will inevitably share the benefits. Once the increase stops, you will eat more and he will eat less. In the eyes of the vested interests, increasing the value will threaten their own interests, and they will definitely not want to do it. If they don't increase the value and make the stock, they will inevitably exploit the inside and face internal resistance, but in the eyes of the vested interests, this is nothing, and they will confidently believe that they can rely on their own strong and profound advantages to suppress them with absolute power. The so-called conservatives are not stupid, but they are extremely selfish and self-interested, and they have become obstacles to the progress of science and technology and civilization. In order to cope with this unchanging eternal solidification, nature has added the setting of death to life. No matter how powerful the conservatives are, they will die one day, and their ideas will be buried with them. When a new group of people come to take the lead, there will be new changes and new possibilities, and they will not be eternally solidified. The Blue Star world structure set in the book has a very powerful ruling elite, because they have the ability to fight against the death of nature. The Blue Star civilization has pushed advanced life sciences and cloning technology to an unprecedented peak in its history, allowing people to have a long life and live longer. Advanced cloning technology can replace exhausted organs to obtain life bonus. In addition, when the main body is completely exhausted, it can also create a brand new organic body. This body has complete functions, all internal organs, and perfect organs and nervous systems, but it has no brain. It is replaced by a primitive nerve plexus to help the body maintain normal heart rate, blood pressure, breathing and metabolism. Then there is the core of cloning technology, brain replication. Through the input scanning process, the original brain is accurately copied, so that its dendritic structure is exactly the same as that of the original brain. In plain words, it is to transplant consciousness and memory into a new brain, and then implant this brain into another new organic body full of vitality. Successful transplantation means that you can live another life, and theoretically, it can repeat life after life for thousands of generations. But this is not 100% successful, and there is still a risk of transplantation failure. The quality of the clone must be strictly identified. The closer the cloned brain is to the original body in shape and form, the smoother the transplantation will be. On the contrary, the greater the difference, the more memory will be lost during the growth of synapses, and even the transplantation will fail. It is equivalent to saying that every transplantation of consciousness and memory is a life and death tribulation. If it succeeds, you can live another life, and if it fails, you are dead. In the world of Blue Star, only a very small number of people can enjoy consciousness and memory transplantation. Being able to live longer is the most fatal attraction, so countless people are willing to kneel down for longevity, eager to become one of them, and will desperately prevent others from competing for resources, because this is the most scarce resource on Blue Star. These settings have not yet been presented in the main text. At present, the product of life science, organic body, has just appeared in the text. As for cloning technology, I will just talk about it in this fragmentary article to give everyone a preliminary expectation of the Blue Star world. Since the Blue Star world is an independent worldview that is fictional and complex, it is difficult to present it in 1 or 2 chapters. It is understandable that you think the settings are unreasonable without seeing the complete content, but it is a taboo to write a bunch of background settings at the beginning of the new book. If you are not a great writer, you will not dare to drag the pace and write a bunch of cumbersome settings in the current fast-paced environment, which will only be terrible. After all, the Blue Star world is not the main line of this book, but it is just equivalent to the protagonist's golden finger. The complete worldview will be slowly presented according to the development of the protagonist. The author has actually considered whether he can write a second part with a Blue Star world as the main line in the future, with the local humans of the Blue Star as the protagonist, or the souls of the Earthlings traveling to the Blue Star world to rise, becoming another powerful force that overthrows the old forces of the Blue Star, and there will be some interactive plots with the current male protagonist Xiao Yu. If there is a second part, the background of the second part should be larger. Blue Star is the Novus village of the male protagonist, and then it will be expanded to the background of the universe, and other alien civilizations and races will be added. Even after contacting the current Xiao Yu, through some plot arrangements, the Stargate will be completely opened, and the prosperity of human civilization in the 2 worlds will be realized. Trade and exchange of what is needed across the world, and thus move towards the great integration of civilizations. During this period, there will be some contradictions and conflicts, and finally they will jointly deal with the challenges and opportunities of non-human alien races from the universe. Of course, these are just preliminary ideas now, and even a new folder has not been created. It is still unclear whether there will be a second part. I just want to chat with you about this idea and a possibility. Then we will see if everyone is willing to read such a story. If everyone is more supportive and expectant, then when this book is finished, it will be done directly, and there will be no gaps. As for now, of course, Xiao Yu's story should be written and finished first. This is beyond doubt. Whether there can be a second part depends on the performance and future of this book. Today is not over, and tomorrow will never come, so for now, I will focus on this book. VIP subscription chapters will be updated at 12 a.m. Book lovers who like this book hope that you can subscribe to support it. Viewer would like to bow and thank you in advance. That's all. Chapter 73, The Explosive Annual Report Performance sent Xiao Yu to the top of the richest man, first order required. In just a few days, AI Xiao Jing's popularity has exploded exponentially, and users have given it almost unanimous praise. There are even users who have divided the AI Smart Assistant track into only AI Xiao Jing and other smart assistants, and AI Xiao Jing has become a unique category. Some industry insiders admit that Lingjing Technology's AI Xiao Jing has emerged, leading a new round of AI big wave that has arrived. The arrival of the big wave came without even saying hello to you, catching everyone off guard. AI Xiao Jing has also been welcomed by a large number of otakus and fans of the second dimension, thanks to the virtual image designed by the development team for AI Xiao Jing, as well as the rich interactive elements on the PC side. In this aspect of development, Xiao Yu did not skimp on the budget. He originally intended to raise the company's operating costs, and the budget was to spend as much as possible to suppress the outrageous corporate profit margin. Many users even play AI Xiao Jing as a game for cultivation. In terms of virtual image design, there is a small team dedicated to it, and the subsequent online version will also update more interactive elements. April 20th, Lingjing Technology Headquarters. The number of registered users of Xiao Jing has exceeded 10 million since its launch. Yunshu came to Xiao Yu's office to report the good news to him. From the first day of the launch to now, it has only been 6 days, which means that the daily user growth rate has exceeded 1.6 million. This is without any publicity. It is undoubtedly the best-selling product of the year. Well, not bad, Xiao Yu nodded with satisfaction. The software level has developed AI intelligent bodies, which is crucial to bringing the bionic robot technology of Vita's industrial group on Blue Star to Earth in the future. Even if the castrated beggar version is put on Earth, it is enough to shock the world. Lingjing Technology is originally engaged in robots and automation products. It is also natural to launch some advanced robot products at that time. Let Su Changming continue to increase the storage and computing resources. With this surge in users, the demand for storage and computing power will also surge sharply. We must prepare in advance to ensure a smooth user experience. Xiao Yu thought about it and said, "Well, good." Yunshu nodded. The storage and computing resources on Earth are insufficient and there are no quantum computers. It is not the right time to bring this thing over now. There are too many black technologies on Blue Star, but to bring them to Earth, we have to wait until the technology tree here is in place. If we rashly bring them here without lighting up some necessary pre-tech trees, there is a great risk of failure. Storage and computing resources are not a big problem. Xiao Yu adopts the strategy of flying bricks with great force and directly pays for a large amount of storage and computing resources. If it is not enough, he can just pay for the construction of more storage and computing data centers. And Xiao Yu is worried about having no place to spend money to suppress the company's profit margin, so he will naturally not miss this opportunity. After the launch of AI Xiao Jing, especially with a surge in users, both the demand for storage and computing resources and the internet fees are huge expenses, which is exactly what Xiao Yu likes to see. With the current amazing user growth rate, the real explosion has not yet begun. This year, it is very likely that the user scale will reach more than 100 million in the Greater China market alone. It is definitely the most super dark horse product of the year in the technology circle. It is not an exaggeration to say that it came out of nowhere and peaked at the debut. The popularity of the small mirror has also driven the market value of Lingjing Technology to rise all the way. The stock market has weakened recently, but Lingjing Technology is still rising against a trend. If it weren't for the fact that the overall market index is not very good, and the annual report has not been released until now, Lingjing Technology stock price is likely to rise sharply, but even so, the company's stock price is still rising sharply in the shocks and hitting a record high. The stock price broke through the 600 yuan mark, reaching a maximum of 608.34 yuan, and the corresponding market value also broke through the 500 billion mark, reaching 528.039 billion. It has surpassed Meru Medical, 363.3 billion, on the growth enterprise market, second only to Ning Times, 948.6 billion, to become the second stock in the growth enterprise market. In the A-share market, it has also surpassed a market value of Oil Reserve Bank, ranking up to 16th. Lingjing Technology has become a super large cap stock of 500 billion. Xiao Yu's net worth also soared to 269.5 billion, directly surpassing the founder of Xiao, 245 billion, and ranks second on this year's domestic rich list, second only to the founder of Nongfu Spring, 455 billion. In the past year, Xiao Yu is the super rich with the fastest and most wealth growth. At the same time, he is also the youngest super rich on the domestic top 100 rich list. He is only 29 years old this year, and he is still several months away from turning 29. However, in the next few days, the stock market plummeted. On April 25, the market plummeted by more than 5 percentage points, and the Shanghai Composite Index fell below the 3,000-point mark. The market was trampled, and the mud and sand were mixed. Lingjing Technology was also mistakenly killed by emotions. It hit the minus 20.00% limit on the same day, and the next day it fell by minus 5.87%. The stock price fell back to 420.36 yuan, and the market value fell back to 364.872 billion. However, the company's stock price has strong support at the 400 yuan price level, and it rebounded to above the 450 yuan price level in the following days. Friday, April 29th. At about 15:30 in the afternoon, Xiao Yu came to the company. As soon as he entered the office, Yunshu learned that he had come to the company and came to the chairman's office with a document. The annual report audit has come out today. I finally got it done on the last day. Yunshu put the financial report document on Xiao Yu's desk, looking relieved. The latest deadline for the disclosure of the annual report of listed companies is April 30th every year. Xiao Yu glanced at the beautiful assistant and smiled without saying anything. He retracted his gaze and took a look at the financial report. Yunshu also briefly stated the key points. In 2021, the company's annual revenue was 78.365 billion, a year-on-year increase of plus 1,988.06%, and the net profit attributable to the parent was 21.633 billion, a year-on-year increase of plus 3,688.61%. The company's cash flow has reached a record high of 27 billion in the first 3 quarters of last year. The company was in a state of serious losses. However, in the fourth quarter, the company's graphene business orders were in short supply, and no buyer manufacturer had held back on the payment of the goods, which immediately propped up the performance. The performance in the fourth quarter exploded, covering all the losses in the first 3 quarters and making a profit. Moreover, the expected revenue of 2,000 tons of graphene production capacity is 60 billion, but in fact it is selling graphene composite materials, and Lingjing Technology has made them into precision components for customers. For example, mobile phone manufacturers, whether Huawei or Xiaomi, directly handed over the screen business to Lingjing Technology. The company will provide the entire screen components for the 2 mobile phone manufacturers, and naturally become the screen supplier of these 2 major mobile phone manufacturers, and also supply the flagship models of the 2 manufacturers. Xiao Yu finished reading the 2021 fiscal year report and was very satisfied. It can be regarded as keeping the company's profit margin within the normal range. However, Lingjing Technology's full-year net profit still exceeded 20 billion. Among the more than 5,000 listed companies in the A-share market, only 46 listed companies had a net profit of more than 20 billion last year, accounting for only 1% of all listed companies, and they are all national team companies. If Xiao Yu hadn't intentionally lowered the company's profit margin, the net profit in the annual report could have more than doubled. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lingjing Technology officially disclosed its annual report. The long-awaited annual report of the capital market has finally arrived, and everyone paid attention to it at the first time. When seeing the financial report data of Lingjing Technology in 2021, people from all walks of life in the investment circle couldn't sit still. Wow! The net profit last year was more than 20 billion? Exceeding expectations. It was seriously exceeding expectations. An investor was shocked when he saw the annual report of Lingjing Technology, and couldn't help but say, Ning Times had a revenue of 130 billion last year and a net profit of 15.9 billion. It made more money than Ning Wang, and the market space is larger than Ning Wang's track. Why is the market value lower than Ning Wang? It doesn't make sense. Then he didn't hesitate to go all into top Lingjing Technology's overnight buy order. After the May Day holiday, When the stock market opens, Lingjing Technology is 100% growing to the daily limit. At this time, he is not the only investor who tops the overnight order. Many people are scrambling to top the overnight buy order. Last week, the market plummeted, and Lingjing Technology was mistakenly killed by emotions. Following the market limit down, the latest closing price is now 458.83 yuan, and the corresponding total market value is 398.264 billion. Before the annual report of Lingjing Technology came out, the company's price-earnings ratio reached a terrifying 700 times, which can be called a dream price-earnings ratio. At its highest point, the price-earnings ratio once reached a terrifying 926 times. But with the annual report, Lingjing Technology's price-earnings ratio has dropped directly from 700 times to the current 18.41 times. In the A-share market, where can you find a high-growth technology company with a price-earnings ratio of less than 19 times? Damn, the number one stock in the gem market value should change hands. Lingjing Technology's current market value is less than 400 billion, while Qingning has a market value of 950 billion. Qingning has to go to Lingjing Technology to buy goods. It doesn't make sense that Lingjing Technology's market value is lower than Qingning's. The target price should start at trillions. The investor was very excited because he already held 3 layers of Lingjing Technology stocks, and the remaining positions had been all in overnight orders. With the end of the May Day holiday, the first trading day after the holiday arrived as scheduled. Lingjing Technology opened with a daily limit without any suspense, and a jaw-dropping amount of more than 50 billion yuan of funds appeared on the daily limit. The next day, the market index fell sharply, but Lingjing Technology was not affected at all, and continued to hide a record high. On the next trading day, Lingjing Technology stock price did not continue to hit the daily limit, but opened high, and fell back by nearly 7 percentage points at the opening. After that, it released a huge amount of volume and went on the board again, breaking the 3-day board. The stock price hit a record high again, and the market value soared to 688.2 billion. The main funds also want to keep going up, but now Lingjing Technology is already a super large cap stock with a market value of nearly 700 billion. If it keeps going up, no funds will be willing to take it. Even if they want to take it, they may not be able to do so. Moreover, the stock price is getting bigger and bigger now, reaching 729.86 yuan per share. It costs more than 70,000 yuan to buy one lot. It is also a stock on the growth enterprise market, and many retail investors cannot even afford to buy one lot. Therefore, after the main funds have reached 2 daily limits, they have to open the door for others to come in and take over and work together to do more. In the next 2 trading days, Lingjing Technology continued to rise by the daily limit, and walked out of the strong 5-day market. The company's stock price also broke through 1,000 yuan, becoming the second listed company in the current A-share market with a stock price of more than 1,000 yuan. The other stock is Mayotte. After the market, Lingjing Technology stock price closed at 1,141.72 yuan, and the corresponding market value reached 991.013 billion. After 5 consecutive boards, Lingjing Technology continued to rise in the next trading day, with the largest intraday increase reaching plus 10.88%, and the stock price peaked at 1,265.89 yuan. However, it fell back in the afternoon, stopping the 5 consecutive boards, and finally closed up plus 4.30% at 1,190.79 yuan. Today, Lingjing Technology officially broke through the trillion, with an after-hours market value of 1,033.605 billion, and the highest intraday market value reached 1,098.792 billion. The market value of 1 trillion was directly reached in one breath, which is amazing. The first stock in the market value of the gem changed hands. Qingning was offline, and Qingling was crowned. It belongs to the era of Qingling, 5 boards in 6 days. The cumulative increase in the 6-day time period is plus 175.89%, which is really amazing. Even the monster stocks dare not rise so much. I didn't dare to go up to the 3rd board. My thighs were swollen. I dare to buy, but I can't afford it, and now it's even more unaffordable. 1 share costs more than 1,100 yuan, and 1 lot costs more than 110,000 yuan. I beg Brother Xiao to split the stock, even if it's 10 for 1, so that I can afford more than 100 yuan per share. It would be best if it were 100 for 1. 11 yuan per share, so that everyone who can buy the gem can afford it. I second the motion. This trend, with a market cap of hundreds of billions, a 20-centimeter board directly topped 5 boards in 6 days. It's amazing. Who would have thought that 9 months ago, the stock price of this stock was only 0.42 yuan, with a market value of less than 365 million yuan, and now it has reached 1,265.89 yuan, with a market value of over 1 trillion yuan. Ward, my God, from the lowest point of 0.42 yuan on August 31st last year to today, the cumulative increase in the range has reached plus 301,302.39%. In fact, it has doubled by 3,013 times in less than 9 months. At that time, even if you just bought a few thousand yuan and kept it, you can make a bloody profit of 10 or 20 million yuan. Buying a few thousand yuan can make you financially free. Open the K line of this ticket and you will see that the trend of the K line in the first 2.5 years has been directly compressed into a horizontal straight line. Even the 50.50 yuan that was called the top of the universe at that time is now just a small fluctuation. Don't say 50.50, even the 421.23 stage historical high point at the beginning of the year is a buying point now. If you don't move it, it will double now. It is estimated that you will not be able to buy such cheap chips in the future. Trillion Spirit King, Brother Xiao's net worth has soared to 560 billion, and the richest man in China has also changed. Oh my God, this is the 29-year-old richest man, such a young richest man, can you believe it? Brother Xiao pushed the youngest richest man to under 30 years old, which is unprecedented. He witnessed history by accident. The hottest person in the technology circle this year is Xiao Yu. The speed of his rise is also amazing. In the first half of last year, Xiao Yu was just a small Karami-level figure in front of big men like Lei Jun. At best, he could only be regarded as an outstanding young entrepreneur in Linzhou City. He was also in trouble and even faced the risk of being eaten up by capital. As a result, in just less than a year, he has become a person that even Lei Jun has to visit, and technology giants such as Huawei and Xiaomi have to compete to come to the door to actively seek cooperation with Lingjing Technology. The big men who once looked up to him all took the initiative to come to the door to seek cooperation, and Xiao Yu himself has become a top big shot in the technology circle. He is also the most popular figure at the moment. He has risen from an outstanding young entrepreneur in Linzhou City to a leading young entrepreneur in the technology circle. The media also reported news about him in droves, and paid special attention to his skyrocketing net worth and wealth myth in a short period of time, making him the youngest richest man in China in history. Chapter 74, AI Mirror is completely removed from iOS, and some people are getting angry. Just around 1700 hours this afternoon, Zhongxin Securities released an analysis report commenting on Lingjing Technology's annual report. The company's 2021 operating income and net profit attributable to shareholders increased by plus 1,988.06% and plus 3,688.61% respectively, far exceeding market expectations. Lingjing Technology continues to maintain its strong position as an emerging leader in the field of graphene, and has also achieved amazing results in the development of new businesses. It leads the trend in the field of AI. And AI's Xiyajing is expected to become a super application platform. The company has formed an ultra-high-end matrix in brand value and product structure, and its growth still has huge room for imagination. The upward shift of its valuation center has strong support from fundamentals. The current 47 times pay valuation has high cost effectiveness, raising the target price for the year to 2,000 yuan, with a target market value of 1.736 trillion yuan. And maintaining a buy rating as soon as this news came out. Everyone lived in Bengbu, and Zhongxin Securities was immediately scolded by shareholders. The empty dog letter blew the whistle, and the family members ran away. I don't know whether Ling Wen can reach the target price of 2,000 yuan. Anyway, I know that Zhongxin called for 3,000 yuan when Miaote was at its highest at 2,600 yuan last year, and Tencent called for 820 yuan when it was at 710 yuan. Tencent cut its price in half after that, and Miaote is now heading for a cut in half. How can Konghuxin not harm people? It's so immoral. I bought Miaote at 2,600 yuan last year just because I saw your target price of 3,000 yuan. Crying. Is Ling Wen going to fall just after ascending the throne? I've seen disgusting people, but I've never seen such disgusting people. I decided to stop using the account I opened in Hongkong. You didn't call for it when it was 15 times pay, and you didn't call for it when it was 20 times pay. Now it's almost 50 times pay and you're jumping out to call for it, and you're brazenly calling for 80 times pay. With such a sudden increase, institutions can't escape, so they start to issue research reports to sing bullish and find people to take over. Wait and see, it will definitely be cut in half this year. Please be kind and let Ling Wen go, you bastard. It's not illegal to brag. Lingjing Technology's performance exceeded expectations, and the target price is maintained at 20,000 yuan. Laughing JPG, haha, Hongkong is just a counterpointer. Those who have chips in their hands better run away tomorrow. Stockholders have not forgotten the operation of Hongkong Securities last year. When Mao's stock price rushed to 2,600, it jumped out and shouted a target price of 3,000. Now the stock price is almost halved. When Tencent's stock price was 710, it jumped out and shouted a target price of 820, and then the stock price plummeted by -60%, far exceeding the halving line. Today, Lingjing Technology stock price rushed to a historical high of 1,265.89 yuan. Hongkong Securities jumped out again and shouted a target price of 2,000 yuan. Some stockholders holding chips have quietly placed sell orders overnight and are ready to run away. The next day, Friday, Lingjing Technology opened about 3 percentage points higher, but this high opening was alert to buy more. It plunged straight into the open, once falling more than 11 percentage points during the session, and finally closed down -4.61%, with the stock price closing at 1,135.88 yuan, and the market value fell back to 985.943 billion. The data after the closing showed that Ashen had just been bullish, and then he went short, and everyone scolded him even more. The next morning, Saturday, Xiao Yu got up early and borrowed the technical foundation of the Blue Star world in the basement of the villa, and then adapted it based on the current technology tree of the Earth. His workbench presented a virtual model of multiple holographic images. At this time, Yunshu called him. Xiao Yu raised his hand to grab a virtual model component and looked at it, then looked at the simulated data on the holographic panel next to him, and answered the phone and said, "What's the matter?" Yunshu's voice came from the phone. Apple has removed AI Xiaojing from the iOS platform App Store, citing infringement of user privacy and non-compliance with its platform management regulations. AI Xiaojing has been completely removed from the shelves, and it has now been confirmed that it cannot be downloaded and installed on the iOS platform. At this time, the news has spread in the industry, and many users of Apple devices have also posted on the forum to ask what happened. Why can't AI Xiaojing be used suddenly? New users are also asking why they can't find the AI Xiaojing app application in the App Store. Xiao Yu remained calm when he heard the news. He calmly debugged the holographic model data in front of him and said calmly, "Really?" Yunshu continued, "And we found that some iOS users who have downloaded the Xiaojing app have reported that they found that the Xiaojing app downloaded on their iPhones was inexplicably uninstalled." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yu, who had been calm, also showed a look of surprise. He couldn't help but said, "Are you crazy? How can you do such a heaven-defying thing? Is Lao Ku stabbing himself in the back?" If Xiao Yu knew about the suffocating and heaven-defying pager explosion that happened 2 years later, he would not be so surprised at this moment. Yunshu said, "It's really outrageous. I thought it was a rumor at first, but later it was confirmed to be true. It seems that we rejected Apple's cooperation request before, so they are taking revenge on us. But it is really incredible that they directly bypass the user to control the user's device in the background to uninstall the application." After being surprised, Xiao Yu regained his composure again, and then said slowly, "I don't know why he stabbed himself in the back. Apple's own Siri is far inferior to Xiaojing. It's okay to remove Xiaojing, but it actually bypassed a user to uninstall the Xiaojing app without authorization. This is courting death. Its competitors must be secretly happy. At least Huawei is happy to hear it." Yunshu on the other end of the phone said, "Apple is okay. I'm worried that other mobile phone manufacturers in the mainland may follow suit. Huawei should not, but it's hard to say about other manufacturers." Hearing this, Xiao Yu said calmly, "I don't know whether they will follow or not, and I don't want to know, but if they dare to follow, you should take a small notebook and write it down. Everyone counts, and write them all down in my little black notebook." Obviously, Xiao Yu didn't care at all. The black technology he mastered beat all the technology companies on Earth. Apple's heaven-defying operation was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It couldn't come up with a great technology by itself. This suffocating level of heaven-defying operation was definitely a suicidal behavior in the long run. Xiao Yu said to himself, "If you really piss me off, I will make a mobile phone myself then." In a sense, Xiao Yu has the support of the entire Blue Star world's black technology. But he doesn't want to make a mobile phone himself, because he values the holographic bracelet. As long as this product can be successfully launched, it will definitely replace smartphones and become a new generation of standard wearable smart mobile communication devices. Smartphones are already a product that will inevitably be eliminated in the near future that Xiao Yu can foresee. Obviously, there is no need to go out and make mobile phones. With this energy and effort, it is better to promote the progress of the Earth's technology tree as soon as possible so that the holographic bracelet can be launched. It is also good to be the upstream supplier of various manufacturers now. But if these manufacturers really make Xiao Yu angry, he doesn't mind making a mobile phone himself. At this time, Yunshu asked, "How should we deal with this matter with Apple?" Xiao Yu replied straightforwardly, "Forget it. In addition, do not release the news and rumors in the name of Lingjing Technology. Just say that I have directly blocked Apple and there will be no possibility of any cooperation with Apple in the future." Yunshu on the other side of the phone nodded, "Okay, I understand." Xiao Yu decided to release such news not for Apple, but for other domestic manufacturers. "I don't care whether you have encountered resistance or other reasons, and no matter what your reasons are, you'd better think it over. As long as you dare to follow up, I will definitely block you, one by one, and I will block one by one." At this moment in the technology circle, industry insiders are very concerned about the complete removal of AI's Xiaojing from iOS, and there are many discussions in private. Everyone surprisingly unanimously speculated that it might be a revenge act for Lingjing Technology's failure to indulge Apple's request before. However, the fact that the user was forced to uninstall the Xiaojing app in the user's device directly ignored it, and people from all walks of life were stunned. It can be said that they were shocked. Isn't this telling the world that you can remotely control the user's mobile phone in the background? Even if you can, but if you don't do it, everyone will just pretend that it doesn't exist, but if you do it, the nature is very different. Obviously, no one expected that Apple's face could do such a heaven-defying operation, and many people said that they had lived long enough to see it. In fact, it is not because Apple's management is stupid that they can do such a heaven-defying operation, but because a Magic Squid Capital Group saw that the potential huge threat of AI's Xiaojing is even greater than TikTok, and it poses a huge threat to its control of public opinion. If it is not curbed, AI's Xiaojing is very likely to become a new emerging super platform in the future, and it is very likely to become an important way for people to obtain information, or even the main way. Once people form a habit of using it, when they passively receive information, they will mainly ask AI's Xiaojing, because it is worry-free, efficient, simple and convenient. In other words, the information that people passively receive is decided by AI's Xiaojing, which is equivalent to Lingjing Technology. If you don't want people to know the information, you don't push it to users. Technically, this is completely manipulable. As long as users don't take the initiative to learn, when they passively receive information, they have to look at the attitude of Lingjing Technology behind AI's Xiaojing. This is undoubtedly a superpower in the public opinion field. They know it very well, because they have been playing this way for decades. And TikTok is enough to drink a pot. What will happen if there is another one that is more powerful than TikTok? This is one aspect, and the other is also crucial. They have been planning for a long time and have invested a lot in the AI track. This year, they are going to promote ChatGPT of OpenAI to set off a craze, and tell a new story around the AI track, so as to create a new round of technology bubble and support magnesium stocks. Even the target company has been selected, that is, Nvidia, as the core leader of this round of technology bubble, pushing the company's market value to more than $1 trillion. But at this juncture, Lingjing Technology came out halfway, and AI's Xiaojing was born, and it peaked as soon as it was performed. At first, they didn't think Lingjing Technology could make any waves in the field of AI, and they didn't even look at it, so they just gave it a pass on the iOS side. At that time, Apple didn't think about breaking up with Lingjing Technology. But no one expected that AI's Xiaojing was so awesome, and the level of intelligence it showed was obviously several levels higher than the technology of OpenAI. and it became popular as soon as it was launched, and it peaked as soon as it debuted. Now the number of registered users on the platform has reached 30 million. If it continues at this terrifying growth rate, it will definitely exceed 100 million users within the year, and it may even reach more than 150 million. It is a phenomenal hit. It is really easy to use. The assistance of AI assistant Xiao can greatly improve efficiency in many usage scenarios. Many computer and mobile phone novice users directly call this their gospel. For some things that they don't understand or are too complicated, just ask Xiao directly. Just tell Xiao your demands, and Xiao will solve the rest perfectly. Simple and convenient, efficient and trouble-free, it is definitely the favorite of novice users. But this really made the Squid Capital Group anxious. The right to speak in the public opinion field was greatly threatened. The AI track that had been planned for a long time and invested huge amounts of money, but Lingjing Technology suddenly emerged as the most powerful company in the AI field. With so much investment in the AI track, the more successful the story told, the greater the benefit Lingjing Technology would get. Would that be a solid wedding dress for Lingjing Technology? How could they allow such a thing to happen? They certainly couldn't tolerate it. In fact, Apple's management was not willing to bypass users to uninstall AI Xiao, but it could not withstand the pressure from the Squid consortium behind it. The complete removal of AI Xiao on the iOS side was just the beginning. Because they were really anxious and didn't care how ugly it looked. They wanted to do everything they could to quickly kill AI Xiao and never wanted to see it grow up. There is another chapter. Chapter 75, Hard Fight in the Middle Lane, Huge Deterrent Effect. In the afternoon, Xiao Yu posted a very special Weibo on his Weibo account, which quickly attracted attention and speculation from the outside world. The Weibo update he made did not contain any text, but only posted an online emoticon of flipping a table, and the emoticon included a paragraph of text. Difficult to deal with? Then don't do it. When people from all walks of life saw this Weibo he posted, they all thought of the news that Apple iOS had completely removed the AI assistant Xiao app. Xiao Yu was directly in the middle of the line, not afraid at all, and flipped the table very straightforwardly. At this juncture, suddenly posting such an emoticon of flipping a table on Weibo, although it did not specify any information, it is really hard not to think about the fact that Apple iOS completely removed the AI assistant Xiao app. At the same time, many investors in the investment circle once again scolded Ashin, and many people even thought that Ashin must have known something in advance, so he suddenly jumped out to sing bullish at this juncture, and ended up adding short orders overnight. Many investors shouted, "There is an insider, terminate the transaction." By the weekend afternoon, another rumor spread quickly. An insider revealed that when Xiao Yu learned that iOS had completely removed the AI assistant Xiao, he immediately gave clear instructions within the company to directly blacklist Apple. In the future, there would be no possibility for Lingjing Technology to have any business dealings with Apple. People in the industry were very surprised to see this rumor, and secretly thought that Xiao Yu, this young man, was really tough. If someone else in the industry were to do this, they would never dare to do it. Although the news has not been confirmed, Lingjing Technology has remained silent and has not commented, but combined with the emoticon package that Xiao Yu posted on his Weibo, it immediately makes people feel that this rumor is probably true. In addition, people in the industry basically already know that some manufacturers who went to Lingjing Technology to seek graphene procurement business before, who were unwilling to sign the supplementary agreement, have been blacklisted by Xiao Yu. Later, these manufacturers began to compromise and were willing to sign the supplementary agreement, but even if they begged to sign the agreement, Lingjing Technology would not do business with them. When this rumor came out today, it gave many people a great shock, especially the mobile phone manufacturers. In fact, the equity structure of many manufacturers is dominated by foreign capital. For some manufacturers, foreign capital has a considerable influence, such as BlackRock, Vanguard and other investment institutions controlled by overseas Squid Capital Group. While the AI assistant Xiao was completely removed from the iOS side, the Squid Group was pushing other mobile phone manufacturers to follow up and exerted pressure secretly. Obviously, this posture is to kill AI Xiao in the cradle. Faced with this situation, some domestic manufacturers are in a dilemma. If they follow up, they must be prepared to offend Xiao Yu completely. Everyone is a smart person. The news that came out today is already very clear. On the surface, Xiao Yu did not give Apple any face. He directly sniped in the middle, as if he was making it clear that he would not do your Apple business. That's it. But in fact, everyone understands that Xiao Yu's operation is telling others, Apple, I can completely cut off business cooperation with it. If you follow up, I will do the same. If you don't believe it, just try it. This has a huge deterrent effect on downstream manufacturers. Unless they do not go to Lingjing Technology to purchase graphene products in the future, or there is a second graphene material manufacturer on the earth that can challenge Lingjing Technology. Otherwise, if Xiao Yu writes it down in his little black notebook, don't even think about getting goods from Lingjing Technology in the future. The current trend is very clear. The 100% full screen under the screen camera of the front camera of the mobile phone is the mainstream of future smartphones. This is an inevitable trend. Then you can't bypass Lingjing Technology, which is a real supplier dead level. Moreover, 100% full screen technology is only one of the applications of graphene materials in the mobile phone industry. There are more links that are difficult to bypass graphene materials. The title of King of New Materials is not just a casual remark. As an ideal flexible screen material, graphene can make more bendable and foldable mobile phone screens, which means that future mobile phones are no longer limited to traditional flat designs, and foldable screen mobile phones are now available. Another example is the application of batteries. Various mobile phone manufacturers already know that the drawbacks of graphene batteries have been solved by Lingjing Technology, and its excellent conductivity can make thinner and lighter mobile phone batteries, which is crucial to solving the current problems of limited battery capacity and short battery life of mobile phones. Compared with traditional batteries, graphene batteries not only have higher energy density, but also can achieve faster charging speed. Users can fully charge in a short time, which greatly improves the convenience of using mobile phones. The key is that the price is not expensive, and there is no need to use expensive graphene materials of scientific research level, and the production capacity is also greater. Graphene materials also have excellent heat dissipation properties. Mobile phones will generate a lot of heat during long-term use, and the high thermal conductivity of graphene can effectively improve the heat dissipation effect and reduce the temperature of the device, thereby ensuring the stability of mobile phone performance. For those users with high performance requirements, such as game enthusiasts and professional users, this is a technical point they are very concerned about. Graphene is also expected to play an important role in mobile phone chips. With the large-scale mass production of graphene materials and the price reduction, functional semiconductors made of graphene materials are no longer a cutting-edge concept. Their outstanding performance in conductivity and heat dissipation can provide more efficient and reliable solutions for chip manufacturing. It can be seen that the future mobile phone industry is destined to be unable to bypass Lingjing Technology. The mobile phone industry has exploded. Friends have used these advanced materials and technologies, but your mobile phone does not. It is 1,000,000% that you will be killed by friends. It is better to close down early and reduce losses. And it is not just the mobile phone industry that cannot be bypassed. The boss of a well-known mobile phone manufacturer is discussing privately with a vice president. This matter is really tricky. It is difficult to follow and it is difficult not to follow, the boss said with a headache. He really didn't want to offend Xiao Yu, but if he didn't follow up, he would have to face the pressure of another force behind the scenes. It was really blocked at both ends. Obviously, the game behind this is actually very fierce, but the outsiders can't see it. From today's situation, if we follow up, Lingjing Technology will definitely not do business with us anymore, which is equivalent to being on Xiao Yu's black book, which is extremely detrimental to the company's future. Xiao Yu is a man who can really do it. Before, dozens of manufacturers refused to sign the supplementary agreement, and later he would not care even if they begged to sign the agreement, the vice president said. People in the industry now are very intimidated by Xiao Yu's black book, and they are afraid of being blacklisted by him. At present, in the mobile phone industry, only Huawei and Xiaomi have received the goods, and other mobile phone manufacturers have not received the goods. But even so, they dare not follow up easily and risk offending Xiao Yu, because not getting the goods this year does not mean that they will not get them next year. The key is that the mass production trend of graphene materials is already very obvious. Lingjing Technology will definitely expand its production capacity in the future, which Xiao Yu has already made clear on Weibo. In the future, the price will definitely be further reduced as the overall market size soars. This is an inevitable trend in the development of science and technology. The greater the popularity, the larger the market size, and the cheaper the price will be. It is only a matter of time before each company can get the goods. In the future, mobile phones will definitely use a lot of graphene-related technologies. If you offend Xiao Yu, he will not sell your products, and then you will be screwed. Your products do not use graphene materials, which means you are behind the times. The technology, performance, and experience are all behind the competitors. If you are not screwed, who will be screwed? How about this? Kick the ball back and use Huawei as a shield. The CEO thought about it and said, they want me to follow up, no problem, but the prerequisite is that they must completely eliminate Huawei's terminal business first, otherwise we can't follow up at all. The CEO continued, we can tell them with confidence that if we rashly follow up like this, Huawei will laugh in its dreams, and it will only force Lingjing Technology and Huawei to come together, making Lingjing Technology's AI technology completely the exclusive technology for Huawei mobile phones and other terminal devices. If such a situation really happens, Lingjing Technology may not be crushed. On the contrary, Huawei mobile phones will have another exclusive advantage that leads the entire industry. By then, not only will Huawei's terminal business not be crushed, you can't kill Lingjing Technology's AI assistant, and we will have to be buried with you. If you insist that I follow first, I will die anyway, and I can only flip the table with you. The vice president's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's a good idea to bring Huawei out. It's reasonable and well-founded, and they can't say anything. Among all the mobile phone manufacturers, anyone may follow suit and remove the AI mirror, but Huawei is absolutely impossible, of course, including owner of Huawei. Because Huawei has been treated so harshly by AMA, even if it doesn't put on any high-profile sentiments, from the perspective of its own interests, Huawei has no reason to be at odds with Lingjing Technology. On the contrary, deepening cooperation is more in line with its interests. Coincidentally, it is not just this mobile phone manufacturer that brought Huawei out as a shield. Several other manufacturers under pressure also used this trick surprisingly unanimously and kicked the ball back. They are all a bunch of losers, and they don't want to be the first bird to stand out, knowing that if they choose the wrong side, the consequences will be unbearable. If they follow up like this foolishly, and other manufacturers secretly become losers and then stop following, and the follower becomes a clown on the spot, wouldn't it be dumbfounded? The next day, Monday, May 23rd. Affected by the negative impact of the removal of AI assistant Xiao Yu from Apple iOS over the weekend, Lingjing Technology stock price fell by -10.68% to 1,014.58 yuan today, and its market value fell back to 880.655 billion. It rebounded by +2.39% the next day, and it seemed to have stabilized. But in the evening, there was a breaking news from Northern Magnesium in the Western Hemisphere that Lingjing Technology was on the blacklist of America, and then Google also announced that the AI assistant Xiao Yu app would be removed from the Google Play App Store. Google Play is a platform for quickly releasing applications for more than 2 billion active Android devices worldwide. This is a direct way to prevent Lingjing Technology's AI assistant Xiao Yu from developing overseas. It hasn't even gone overseas yet, but it has taken the lead, which is really ruthless. It can be seen that the AMG Capital Group is really panicking, including the tech capital giants in Silicon Valley. They have already invested heavily in the AI track and have been laying out for a long time. ChatGPT, released by OpenAI, is ready to be officially launched in the second half of this year. Lingjing Technology suddenly came out halfway. Wouldn't it be a wedding dress for Lingjing Technology's AI? So, this time, it was a heavy blow right from the start, without any hesitation, and regardless of the appearance. The next day, Tuesday, affected by the news, Lingjing Technology stock price plummeted on the same day, and once hit a limit of -20.00% during the day. Finally, it closed down -15.02% at 882.87 yuan, and its market value fell back to 766.331 billion. Since Ashen jumped out to issue a research report and sang a bullish target price of 2,000 yuan, Lingjing Technology has plummeted by -34.35% from the highest point in just 4 days. Investors also called Ashen once again proved his value as a whistleblower. Tencent and Mayotte couldn't stand Ashen's bullish spell, and the newly ascended Lingwang really couldn't stand Ashen's bullish spell. Xiao Yu's personal net worth also fluctuated greatly. He was the richest man for less than a week and then fell. Many netizens said that the richest man's experience card had expired. However, this is all paper wealth and nominal net worth. As the company's largest shareholder and actual controller, Xiao Yu will not sell any of the company's original shares, even if the lockup period is lifted. After a temporary drop, it will definitely rise again, and it will definitely continue to set a new historical high. Please, the 10,000 word explosion is over. Please subscribe, guarantee a minimum monthly ticket, and all kinds of requests. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.